Star. You're supposed to be following me. What's the matter with you? I don't like people who dawdle. Come on, tighten up.
Sorry, Red Leader. I'm afraid I'm a little ill. I mean, I'm a little groggy.
That's what happens when you get blotto in the mess. Close up, Star. Not unmike bound. Have you ever seen a tailplane chewed up by a propeller?
No, sir.
It's a nasty sight. And the props are nasty sight as well. They fall off, you know. They become ill, like you.
I've been checking results of the pilot's tests on aircraft recognition. Very depressing. Half of them are imbeciles.
Don't believe it.
They should know the difference between ours and theirs, don't you think?
It's different in the sky. The old man's giving a bit of stick to young Star.
He got 2 out of 10 in his test.
Odd you being in the Air Force. I think you should try flying.
It's unnatural.
It would encourage the chaps if the new intelligence officer had actually been in an aeroplane.
Now let's get a decent landing. Speed 160 and falling. Undercarriage selector lever down. Now. Your speed is 135 and falling. Height 700. We're on our final approach. Flaps down.
About that slit trench.
Bloody fools! Incompetent idiots! I didn't mean there!
You can get a ladder, sir.
You're on a bloody charge, all of you! What are you, German spies? Do you know how much a Spitfire costs?
You'll calm down.
Really?
Can I help you, sir? How can you help? Just go away.
There's a ladder coming, sir.
Stop your ladder!
You'll be okay, sir? Are you all right, sir? Excuse me, sir, if you don't mind it. I'm a bit buggered.
I'm speaking to you from the cabinet room at 10 Downing Street. This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note stating that unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany. You can imagine what a bitter blow it is to me that all my long struggle to win peace has failed. Now, may God bless you all, and may he defend the right, for it is evil things that we shall be fighting against. Brute force, bad faith, injustice, oppression, and persecution.
It was a traffic accident rather than a flying accident. Well, I just thought I'd put you in the picture, sir. And there's the question of a new CO.
How can I find a CO on Sunday? On this particular Sunday?
Yes, sir, I certainly do know there's a war on.
Worst time ever. The Luftwaffe don't have these problems, apparently.
Well, they're Germans.
Who's that, sir? I was just talking to our intelligence officer, sir. Yes, sir, mum's the word. Oh, yes, indeed, sir. The whole squadron's on alert. Goodbye, sir.
Well?
Oh, yes, senior pilot takes over.
Is young Fanny Barton good enough to lead us into war?
First class chap. His people farm sheep in Australia.
Bit dull, though, don't you think? Oh, Fanny, we were just talking about you. Come in.
You're going to be acting CO for a while.
Oh, am I? I can hardly fill the shoes of Squadron Leader Ramsey.
I don't know about that, but one of your first tasks is to write to the old man's next of kin.
Well, I'm not very good at writing letters, particularly that sort of thing.
Tell them he exhibited a complete disregard for his own personal safety. That's the formula, as I remember it.
But he fell off his aeroplane.
We don't want to tell them that, do we, sir?
Fanny, give me the envelope. Top secret. Needs your signature.
Thank you. Well, you all know what's happened. It's a sad day for us, but an historic day as well. We seem to be missing some pilots.
They went to the pub, sir.
May I point out that this squadron is on active service? We're on alert. A and B flights are on a 5-minute standby, and nobody goes to the pub. Particularly this day. They heard the Prime Minister's speech, didn't they?
That's why they went to the pub.
Well, somebody should have stopped them. Now, as I was saying, Hitler's got about 2,000 bombers.
Come on, you chaps. You should be up here at a briefing.
They didn't tell us. I want you in here right away. What have I done? Flying Officer Stickwell, I'm your acting CO, and I've given you an order. That goes for the lot of you.
Look, I want to make this quite clear. This is not a glorified Playboy flying club. Don't sit down when I'm talking to you.
We thought we were on release.
Well, you're wrong. Hornet Squadron is available. That means we've got to be ready to take off in whatever time the controller says. All right, sit down. Incidentally, I wouldn't imagine the Luftwaffe is carousing in their local beer keller. And I'm pretty sure the Polish Air Force hasn't got time for a laugh or a joke.
They've a good reason for having a drink.
Don't be so bloody stupid, Moggy. Hasn't it sunk in yet? We're at war. The games are finished. And we may be into action sooner than you think. I have here some top-secret documents. Useful Polish terms and phrases for British aircrew. Each pilot must memorize these phrases in 24 hours. I knew that would get you going. All right. That's all for the moment.
I don't know. Felt like a scoutmaster.
Nothing wrong with that.
Moggy has a bad influence on Sticky.
Look, they're all the same. Let's face it, fighter pilots are an odd lot. They're a bit mad, if you ask me.
Well, I'm not mad.
Well, I wonder. They've had a year practicing for this war. Now it's come, they're thrilled to bits. Thrilled? Bloody right. They're just itching to be let loose on some Jerry bomber. They're not policemen or defenders. Different attitude. They want to shoot some soul. I mean, they didn't join the St. John's Ambulance Corps, did they?
What about you, Uncle? Were you a bit mad as well?
Well, I suppose I must have been. I was bloody lucky, I can tell you that. Well, not mad, sort of eccentric. What I'm saying, Fanny, look, Keith, is that when it comes to the push, you'll probably find that you're a good deal madder than you think.
You done your Polish tests?
Lost mine.
They're secret.
What are they going to do? Put me in the Tower of London? I don't even want to speak to a Pole. If they can't speak the King's English, sod 'em. Let's have a look. Where is the Pox Hospital?
Doesn't say that, does it?
Should. Silly man. Haven't written your name on it.
I'll get a colossal bollocking for that. Anthony Eden.
Ready? Studying your Polish, good.
Bomber Command have dropped leaflets on Hamburg and Bremen.
They should drop Moggy.
Ready room. On our way. Let's try and get a Jerry bomber instead, eh? Just a red leader, red 3. Close up. Red 2, where the hell are you going?
Thought I'd catch last orders. Sorry, just a leader.
Just a red leader, this is Cowslip. Are you receiving me?
Receiving you, Cowslip.
This is Cowslip. Request your position, just a red leader.
This is just a red leader, approximately over Foulness Point. Angel 7, over, Cowslip.
Just a red leader, this is Cowslip. 10 plus bandits approaching Thames Estuary. Steer 150, make Angels 5, over.
Understood, Cowslip. Keep tight. They're aiming at London.
Bandits, 11 o'clock low, 1 mile, red leader.
See him, red 2.
Crossing to starboard. Gone into cloud.
Just the aircraft. Safety catches off. Attack! Attack!
You got him, Fanny!
Done good show, Fanny.
I think we acquitted ourselves rather well.
We got the first kill, do you realise that? Hornet got the first kill.
Bloody incredible show. I winged an ME-109.
Well done, I got him in the bum.
Well, there were plenty of them, you know.
One of them even had a go at me, bloody cheat.
What happy warriors? Should I be dashing to the phone and telling Group about your exploits?
One Junkers 88 destroyed, another damaged, and we returned fire to several Messerschmitt 109s.
Outnumbered.
Citation, Skull. Gongs for everybody.
Messerschmitts, are you sure?
We were there, Skull.
I simply question the word Messerschmitt.
Why?
As I'm sure you know, the Messerschmitt has a range of about 400 miles. Thus, it has an operational radius of some 200 miles. Are you with me?
You've got a beautiful speaking voice.
Thank you, Moggy. Mathematics is not my forte, but as we know, the nearest German airfield is at least 400 miles away. How on earth were they going to get home?
Simple. They had extra long-range fuel tanks.
Disposable ones. Unlikely.
Well, maybe they took off from an aircraft carrier.
The German Navy has no aircraft carriers.
Are you calling us liars?
My dear boy, would I imply such a thing?
Come on. You probably didn't study this at Oxford, Cambridge, or Harrods, or wherever it was.
Good Lord.
It's not bloody dry rot, you know.
Another 2 feet, he'd have lost his left bollock.
Oh dear, I will phone Group immediately.
Tell them about the Junkers 88.
Whatever you say.
Are we going to have you for the rest of the war?
Unless I get a better offer from Goering, old boy.
Damn fine show.
Thanks, Uncle.
Quite remarkable. First scrap, a Hun down, 2 possibles, no losses.
Just shows we can do it.
Yeah, may I make a suggestion? Perhaps a thrash tonight. Make a fuss of them. I've always said it. In fact, it was my CO in the last 2. Always said, it's all done by kindness.
Probably right.
Have you got a couple of seconds? A chap in my office, a bit of a complaint. If you could just say hello.
What's it all about?
Now, sir, this is Flight Lieutenant Bowen. He's our acting CO.
Well, there's one, there's another, and that's the third.
Beg your pardon?
There's a letter to the Secretary of State for her, one to my MP, and that's the National Farmers Union.
I'm sorry, I don't quite know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, that's a bloody problem. You don't know. And you don't care.
They rob us blind, don't they? Bloody raff.
Well, roll on Hitler, that's what I say.
Sir, if you could just explain the nature of the...
4 of them in a car driving across my cornfield. You ought to see the damage, drunk and all. I want them arrested.
They were fighting against Germans half an hour ago.
Well, that's your problem, isn't it?
Don't you realize there's a war on? CO. What spares? What forms? I don't know. You'd better come over here.
Well, I must say, Keith, they've got a nerve with their bloody cornfields. Here are the Polish tests, incidentally. I'm afraid they're not natural scholars.
Haven't even tried.
Group not at all happy about those long-range Jerry fighters and the Junkers.
I told you we engaged several aircraft.
Rather important. Our side suffered some losses in the engagement.
How many?
1 pilot killed, 1 Blenheim destroyed, several wounded. The funny thing is, no bombs were dropped on London, no German aircraft were seen to fall in the Thames estuary area.
The spares depot is only 30 miles from here.
I've tried. No form, no spares. You need a bloody form to get a form.
I know there's a bit of a flap on, but Group Intelligence need more information about your bombers.
I've told you everything about that.
For example, did you observe return fire from the German gunners?
I don't know. No. Possibly.
Did you notice the markings on the aircraft?
They were silhouettes. How the hell could I notice that?
I'm sorry, Fanny, this is my job.
Look, can you help me? I've got 2 Spits unserviceable.
I don't know.
All in, squadron.
It's like bloody Piccadilly Circus in here. You're from the National Farmers Union, I suppose.
As it happens, I do farm. In Herefordshire. But I'm Squadron Leader Rex, your new CO.
Sorry, sir.
I happen to know Wing Commander Bristow at the spares depot. We were at Cranwell. Why don't you buzz off in a 1500-weight truck and I'll phone him? That's the stuff. This is,
Gullet, sir.
And what do they call you?
Harry, sir.
Jolly good. Well, Harry, if you do the honors. What else?
We collected our Anglo-Polish phrase papers.
Polish? Whatever will they do next?
Not Polish, anyway. Swedish, I fancy. Guten Morgen. Yes, that's Swedish. I wish you'd told me.
Now, if the Air Ministry can invade Sweden, what about shooting down Blenheims? Technical fault, apparently. We scrambled some Blenheims to intercept Jerry over the Channel. False alarm. None of the beastly Huns about. Coming back, our Blenheims show up on our tracking screens. Looks like a raid. We scramble, and there we are. The old Blenheims look remarkably like a Junkers 88.
No, sir. We met Junkers, and we were shot at.
They thought you were Messerschmitts.
What?
The Spitfire does look like an ME-109 from some angles.
You're bloody knowledgeable all of a sudden.
I've talked to the CEO concerned. 1 Blenheim destroyed, 1 pilot killed. Some smart bod wrote down the letters of the attacking aircraft. If you could broach the other bottle of champagne, please, Harry.
Yes, sir.
Nobody's fault. Your letters?
I'd better get on.
When you get back, could you get some of your chaps to obliterate the identification letters on the remaining aircraft?
Why, sir?
We don't want to get caught again, do we? Thank you, Harry.
Yes, sir.
It will happen again.
Happened all the time in the last two. Everything happened so quickly in the air.
Oh, could you? This is Riley, our new squadron mascot. 300 hours airborne. Good thing to do. Hop into an aircraft and nip over to Manston. Oh, I suppose, apologise.
Apologise? They'll shoot me.
Nonsense. The CO's a charming man.
What can I say?
Flips on the screen. You were lucky they weren't. Off you go.
But Christ, the man died.
And I'm sure many more will. Off you go. And don't take all bloody day. We're off to France tomorrow. Go! You may never see him again. Manston CO's a Tartar. He was furious.
Ah.
Quite right, too. Could you show me to my quarters? I really must have a bath.
Moggy!
Well, gentlemen, we're going to France. Over that way. I'm sure you're expert navigators, so there's no excuse for missing Le Touquet. A lively little place, with an adequate casino and an excellent restaurant mentioned in your Michelin. As skipper of the crew, I should explain three things. The French think that... As you were. Nobody kicks Riley, who was your mascot.
He peed on me, sir.
He thought you were a lamppost. As I was saying, the French think they invented flying, wine, and sex. A quick course in aircraft recognition might come in handy. They have some very strange aeroplanes. No matter how tempting they may be, please, please don't shoot them down. They're on our side. As for wine, the French are appalling alcoholics. If somebody offers you a drink, take it. You'll be doing him a favor. Sex, the ladies are staggeringly attractive. You are officers and gentlemen. If you must fornicate, at least take off your shoes and socks. No questions, I hope? Good. Keep it tight. Keep it tidy. Off we go. Riley.
Bit of a bright spark, isn't he? I think we're going to enjoy this war.
A few errands, Uncle. When you've settled your bits and pieces, I want you to telephone Harrods and order some goodies. French beer's like camel piss. Hundreds of bottles of whitbread, some decent farmhouse cheddar, and lots of sausages. I like a good sausage.
How shall I pay, sir?
Put it on my account. They'll deliver. Now, my motor car, some type from the service corps is going to ferry the beast across the water.
Is that possible, sir?
Why ever not? Chum of mine at the War Office taking care of things. Keys. And, of course, Riley. He usually drives with me, but anything above 4,000 feet, he gets a trifle distraught. No scraps. Good marrow bone from the cookhouse.
And Barton, sir?
Barton? Is it a good in flight?
Price of the collection, sir.
Jolly good.
God, I hope he's not going to pine.
Will you be all right flying?
Veteran, apparently.
Will I be all right?
Why not? Bombay freighter, bit slow, brute to fly.
Is it safe?
Really, Skull, wouldn't you have been happier in the army?
Hornet Squadron, we're in it together. Squadron into Vic. Into Vic. Hornet leader, 2 Vics astern. 2 Vics astern.
Squadron Leader Rex.
Our town is your town.
I am Lieutenant Jacques Rocard, and this is Captain Martino, who is your liaison officer. But unfortunately, he doesn't speak English.
Oh, dear.
Would you like to say a few words to the people?
Ah, yes. Yes. Monsieur le maire, mes amis, mon français est épouvantable. Au nom de Squadron Hornet, je dis merci beaucoup. Maintenant, parlons de la guerre. Nous sommes Monsieur Hitler for 6.
I didn't realize French was just like English.
Nous allons faire passer une mauvaise carte à Hermann Göring et sa Luftwaffe. Vive la France, vive le Squadron Hornet, liberté, égalité, fraternité. I don't know about you, mon mayor, but a more of your local brew might not be amiss.
Brew? What is that?
Poco Vino, a bit of champagne.
Certainly.
A charming speech, Squadron Leader.
Yes, well, off the cuff, you know.
Terrific stuff, sir.
I thought so.
Your friend, the captain. Bit of a character.
A very great hero. An ace during the last war.
Looks like Basil Rathbone playing Adolphe Monjou.
I don't understand that.
Not important. What happened to the rest of him?
He had a big plane and a small bridge.
Flew under a bridge?
Not far. Thionville. Some said it could not be done. So far the result is pilots 1, the bridge 3.
And Basil Rathbone?
An honorable draw. Pilots are crazy. I was impressed by your air display.
Piece of cake.
Morceau de gâteau.
Sounds nicer in French.
On, chaps! Squadron song, here we go. Our name is Hornet Squadron, no bloody good are we. We cannot shoot, we cannot fight, nor march like infantry. But when it comes to pay parade, we shout with all our might. Hurrah, you are an up your chat, we're all right. Tonga!
Navigating, Uncle?
Absolutely. Just over the brow. Good gracious.
Some Jewish banker. Left in a hurry. Not bad, eh, Uncle?
Are we allowed to do this, sir? Picking out our own billet?
I don't see why not. They're going to move us anyway. In fact, the German border is only 40 miles away. Big library, squash court. Do you play, Uncle? Not all that well. There's a tennis court.
Golf course?
No, afraid not. Swimming pool somewhere. Will you take a look at the hangar, Marriott? There's a good chap.
Yes, of course, sir.
Marriott's an odd one. Sort of chap you meet from the AA when you've got a puncher.
He's very good.
Oh, sure. Do you think the chaps will like the billet, Uncle?
What can I say? Enchanted? But how, sir?
Our French aviator and liaison officer. Requisitionable, apparently.
I hope they'll be grateful.
It's not a question of gratitude. This squadron means a lot to me. I hope it's something special in the air and on the ground. Excellent, sir. I hope you approve, sir. The men seem to like it.
I bloody well hope so, Rex.
Well, of course, we're not quite settled in yet, but, well...
The Air Ministry will be astonished.
Why, sir?
Why? Maybe not. If you're going to have a war, at least have a good one, eh?
This way, sir. Gentlemen, Air Commodore Bletchley. Flight Lieutenant Galloway, the Grace.
For what we are about to receive, may the Lord make us truly thankful. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Careful, Chablis.
Yes. Yes.
Squadron, I have the honor to introduce Air Commodore Bletchley, who would like to say a few words about the war. Sir?
We at the Ministry want to put you in the picture. People say that an Englishman's word is his bond. And we gave that word to Poland. So did France. The Polish people have made an outstanding contribution to 20th century civilization. By siding with Poland against the, well, let's call a spade, the Hun, a traditional enemy of ours. We are standing for freedom, democracy and justice. And it will also be the path of glory and eventual triumph.
The Air Commodore has kindly offered to answer any questions. I think you've covered everything, sir.
No questions?
Who's going to win the Gold Cup, sir?
Not bloody Hitler.
Here, sir. Well, I think we should start, don't you?
I was wondering, sir, when Germany is defeated, is it the Allies' intention to restore Poland?
I should hope so.
And all her boundaries?
Obviously.
But it was only a year ago the Poles occupied the Teschen area of Czechoslovakia. Will they keep that?
The Poles?
Yes.
I'm not an expert on Czechoslovakia. All cobbled up by the politicos. Bit of a potpourri. I mean the nation. I mean, after the last show, they gave Czechoslovakia 3.5 million Germans. Quite absurd.
Hitler more or less said that.
Skull. A flying officer Skelton was a Don, sir. Cambridge, wasn't it?
My boy's going up there.
And what will you read?
God knows. Hoping for a blue. Cricket. What was your speciality?
Radical thought in Elizabethan England. Partly the influence of the Puritan sects in the northern counties.
Remarkable.
Yes. One hardly knew where to begin.
And nothing about Poles and Czechoslovakians.
I simply asked the Commodore to clarify these murky matters.
How's your soul, sir?
First class.
And, of course, the Russians have also invaded Poland.
We're not fighting about boundaries.
Aren't we?
Well, not completely, anyway. This war is about, well, decency. And the Poles.
Wonderful musicians. The Poles.
Oh, of course. Chopin and the others, very decent people.
Beethoven.
What? Oh, yes, I heard what you said. Well, just remember this. Poles don't beat up, well, Jews.
Oh, but they do.
Nonsense.
Quite regularly. And with every sign of keen enjoyment.
Rubbish.
You hear, sir?
I'll say this to you, Flying Officer Skelton. I've been in the service, man and boy, for 25 years, and I'll give you some advice. Never, never, never talk politics in the mess. I'll have some of that Chablis.
Do you get to do much flying these days, sir?
I miss that. On your own. Ever flown a Sopwith pup? I'm talking about the last show. Swoop down on Flanders and you'd think of those buggers in the mud and the trenches. Barbed wire. And there you were. Free as a bird, eh? Don't mind telling you I miss that. I hope you have the same pleasure.
I do, sir.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm afraid I get vertigo.
What are you looking at, Moggy? Oh,
Old Adolphe Monjou, alias Long John Silver. Do you believe all that nonsense? Flying under bridges. Frogs are terrible liars. Cocky sod. I'd like to see this bridge.
I've flown under some power cables once, and a tiger moth.
You could fly the Queen Mary sideways under power cables.
It was bloody hairy.
Pathetic Scotch dwarf.
Good night. And I suppose we soldier on.
Yes, I was going to ask her about that, sir. Soldiering on.
The war, you mean? All that stuff about gallant Poland. Well, Poland's down the drain. The question is, will Jerry have a go at France? Waiting game. Be prepared, Rex. We've got the Maginot Line, so we don't want to be, well, aggressive.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Uncle?
Got a replacement for Park.
Oh, good. Decent chap?
Pilot Officer Christopher Hart. The chap's an American.
They sent me an American. What is this, the bloody Foreign Legion?
Well, he's probably got some connection with our country.
How do you know? They're not even in the war. They're not even friendly. Half of them are Germans.
I didn't know that, sir.
Well, it's true. Bloody Yanks, they're awful. Did you see that film? The Yank goes to Oxford. Robert Taylor smoking a cigar, running the half mile, winning the boat race. I won't have him.
Very experienced pilot.
Is he?
74 Squadron, Hurricanes and Spits.
Bullet for him.
Highly commended by Air Commodore Bletchley. Knows his family. I think it's probably a publicity stunt.
You don't need publicity for a war. Not at the bloody Palladium. Come on, Harry.
Tighten up, boarded aircraft. Red section, attack. Please don't upset the French railways. Bloody tat. Red leader from Red 2. I've got a hot engine. Check oil temperature, Red 2. I've got boiling oil, leader. Okay, Red 2, you better buzz off home.
Why do you whisper green grass? Why tell the trees
what I'm so whispering grass the trees don't have to know.
Why tell them all?
Early.
The others haven't gone sightseeing in Germany.
Is that illegal?
Of course. Some MP suggested the RAF should bomb the forests near the Ruhr. Sir Kingsley Wood, our Secretary for Air, answered this by saying, "Do you realise this is private property?"
Yes, well, I suppose it is.
Afternoon, sir. Nice big pint, Harry.
Bit early? Good day, sir.
Yes. Pretty good. Hot engine. Can't grumble, though.
Hope you don't mind, sir, but any influence with the old man?
Why?
His dog, sir. You an animal lover?
Not a lot.
That bleeding Riley. He's a menace. Pissed on my leg, if you'll excuse my French. He's having to go at everybody.
It's only the lower ranks, you know.
Well, they always say that, sir. We're always being pissed on from a great height.
Still, it pays good, though.
Oh, yes, sir. Can't grumble.
Hello. I'm Christopher Hart. I've been posted here.
As what? Skiing instructor?
Flying as well.
I just saw some idiot fly under a bridge.
Did you?
Yes. Almost buzzed my taxi. That wasn't you, was it? Seemed to be the only pilot around.
Oh, they're practicing.
So it really was you. Pretty damn good. Maybe magnificent.
Really?
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that sort of thing, are you?
Catamole. They call me Moggy, for some reason. American?
Yep. Drink? Love one.
About the bridge, if you could keep it under your hat.
Sure.
How come you joined the RAF?
I guess it was for the polo.
We don't play polo. I get it.
What would you like? I don't know. Half a bottle of Krug? Is that a bit presumptuous?
I'm a simple peasant myself.
Ah, you'll grow out of it. Pint of bitter, old bean.
Pint, Harry. Here they come.
Any action?
Not here, old boy. It's illegal in this war.
After our enthusiastic welcome to France, this is now the 7th week of Hornet Squadron's billet at Chateau Saint-Pierre. The squadron is back at full strength with the arrival of Pilot Officer Hart, a volunteer from America. He replaces Flight Lieutenant Barton, who is under investigation following the accidental shooting down of a Blenheim of 64 Squadron. Although we fly frequent patrols near the German border, there have been no sightings of the enemy. But Squadron Leader Rex is keeping every pilot busy with tight formation training. However, there have been several complaints made about low flying. Despite the onset of autumn, the airstrip is in good condition, the food excellent, and morale high.
Lord of the manor, our leader of men. For him, it's a country estate.
I suppose, yes.
Up to the stables, hacking around the village. A few words with the servants, gardeners. We'd really need a gamekeeper.
Good shooting around here as well, apparently.
I've seen lots of squirrels.
Well, chaps don't shoot squirrels.
Don't they?
You've led a very sheltered life, Skull.
There's a tree outside the library in my college at Cambridge, and it's infested with squirrels. They beg for titbits and then bite them.
The students?
Dons, mainly. Undergraduates don't use the library. How does he get away with it? That man was at the Savoy Grill, you know. Did you try the Mouton Rothschild 28 the other night?
Beer man, Marshal.
Yes, of course.
An Englishman likes his beer.
That was hardly a rebuke, Uncle. I like a pint of bitter myself.
Anyway, red wine doesn't agree with my palate. Or my tummy.
What's
doesn't agree with you, Uncle.
Mouton Rothschild 28, apparently.
You lost your senses. It's not as good as the 23, but a very serviceable claret, nevertheless.
I'm sure it is, sir. Did you have a good ride?
I think they know me now. The people, I mean.
Very gratifying for you.
Memo from Area HQ, sir, and bits and bobs.
Fine boots, sir.
My mother's polo boots.
She must be a handsome lady.
She is, actually. Very fine sportswoman. Haven't seen you on the squash court, Skull.
I don't play, sir.
Healthy body, healthy mind, isn't that what they say?
So I believe. No, thank you, Riley.
He's just being friendly. Anything else?
I'm afraid nothing from me, sir. Bomber Command dropped leaflets on Hamburg again.
What was Hamburg? Have the rest of Germany read. Go on, Daft Dog.
Coffee, gentlemen.
Oh, lovely, thank you.
Thank you. You're the new boy?
Yes. Chris Hart.
Dickie Starr.
Pleasure.
Our resident deaf, mute, and mentally retarded dwarf.
Bugger off, Moggy.
Repartee is his forte, as you can hear. Ignore the uniform. Dickie's actually non-combatant.
It's quite harmless, really.
Ah, but that's not true, is it? I can harm you any day, can't I? You see, the problem with Dickie is that his testicles haven't descended. They're stuck somewhere. We take it in turns to give him a good shake every morning, but so far, no good.
Bastard. I can see you're great friends.
Oh, incredible friends in Hornet Squadron. Give the odd idiot. Hey, Dickie.
All right, settle down. I want to talk to you about this war, such as it is. But first, I've got a note from Area HQ concerning dangerous flying. Some fools had to go at the bridge in Thionville. The powers that be don't like it. Wears out the aeroplanes. Somebody has accused Hornet Squadron of this rampant irresponsibility. Now, we mustn't upset the locals. They have enough problems being French. That includes the livestock. Don't buzz the cattle.
But what about the, fearful foe, sir?
And that really is a problem. I don't think the weather's going to get any better. My own candid opinion is that we won't have any sport, any real sport, until next spring. The men in grey won't come out to play.
Rotten shame.
Can we go on leave?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Flying Officer Catamount. But there's a very real possibility of leave, so don't wet your knickers. But before that, we have work to do. During the last big bash, a typical fighter pilot was a solo act. Now we need to think, fly, and fight as a one-man team. Am I right, Uncle?
Absolutely, sir. Then it was pot your hun and bugger off home before his pals turned up.
Quite so. But now, if Jerry's going to come out to fight, he's going to come over in quantity. The American idea, the Hollywood idea, the ace fighter pilot is right out of the window. It's one formation against another formation. We've got the firepower, 8 Browning 303 machine guns.
Thank you.
The key to the success of these attacks is tight, close, precise formation flying. Now, we've been attempting to do that, and we shall continue to practice.
Shit!
I beg your pardon?
Your dog, sir, has just, well, done his business.
He has as well.
You're an American, Hart. You don't really understand, Riley.
It wasn't me, sir. It was your dog.
Well, it was certainly somebody's fault. Someone's been feeding Riley tidbits, and I won't tolerate it. Riley gets fed once a day, nothing more. Dickie, will you take care of this?
Me? What have I done?
Fetch your servant.
Yes, sir.
That's the start.
Yes, sir.
Say, Moggy, that bridge.
How was it?
here?
No, there's not.
Sorry, I didn't see you there, Pip.
He's lurking in the shadows because I'm thrashing him.
Not finished yet.
You're going to lose 100 francs. Little Scotchmen don't like that, even if they're rich.
I'm not rich.
Of course you are. Family with all those coal mines and the Lothians, whatever they are. All those poor pit ponies. All going blind. Like you, Dickie.
That bridge was you. Must be easy, then.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Sonny boy.
I just don't see the point.
And you don't understand it, do you?
Oh, come on, Mog. You just think you're the best hotshot pilot in the squadron.
Well, there's not a lot of competition, is there? 1,000 francs, Dickie.
Any time you like.
Are you looking at me?
That's right, Haggis.
Pleasure.
Same stakes.
Mm-hmm. But just leave Dickie alone, huh? He's a good pilot.
Who told you that?
I bloody am. And I don't need people to fight my battles.
Now see what you've done.
Just a lead at a red 3. Close up, close up. Right on the number 2's armpit.
Okay, Red Leader.
I don't want to see daylight.
You got it.
Just a lead up. Follow me into a slow barrel roll. Somewhere.
I can make it back to base.
Land your aircraft, Red 3. That's an order. Red 3, damn you. Land your aircraft.
Red Leader, get out of my life. Son of a bitch!
Hello, you. 10 o'clock, Red 3.
No thanks, Red Leader. I'm going home.
Don't really want to see it. Doing well. I'm offering 9 to 4 odds on, Uncle, if you pranked.
Really, Moggy, there is a place.
No place, I'm afraid. Unless, of course, Rex crashes as well, on top of him. That'd be the dual forecast. I don't know, 16 to 1.
You have the morality of a bookie's runner.
That was great, sir. Are you all right, sir?
Yeah, I'm great. 2 minutes ago, not so great, but now... I'm great.
Well done, Hart.
I discovered something up there, Uncle. The Germans are going to win.
Slightly pessimistic view?
Lousy wooden propeller.
Don't be downhearted. In a few months' time, you'll be getting metal props.
Look at this.
Oh, dear. What happened, do you think?
Who knows?
Well, it won't happen again.
Why not? What would you have said to my parents? Killed on active duty? Attacked by a couple of woodpeckers?
Point.
Of course not.
Of course it was. Uncle?
I'm not quite sure, sir.
Well, it was.
You hit me on the leg.
Nonsense. You tried to kick the ball with your foot. My point. My match.
If you don't mind me saying this, you're a cheat.
Not quick enough. Anything for me, Uncle?
Couple of things, sir.
Bad luck. Bit more practice.
Little request, sir. Village school. They'd like a couple of chaps to talk to the children.
Ah. Yes, from St. Gordon, I suppose.
Yes, he looks like a schoolboy, doesn't he?
Not Fitzgerald. He's a pretty boy, isn't he?
Pretty, sir.
Yes, I suppose you'd describe him as, well, pretty.
You're not suggesting that he's a...
What?
Well, you know, not a Nancy boy.
Of course not. What a dirty mind, Uncle.
I thought Hart did rather well, didn't you?
Did he? I ordered him to land his aircraft immediately. He's bloody lucky to get back to base. I don't like pilots who ignore my orders.
Ah, well, I've asked him to sit beside us at dinner tonight.
Bully for us.
Mange tout, sir?
Rather.
Do you have them in America?
What's it?
Mange tout.
Oh, sure. We've got broccoli, Brussels sprouts, turnips, carrots, haricot beans. Mange tout's all over the place.
Really?
And potatoes. It's an indigenous vegetable, you know.
Potatoes are, well, very useful.
French fries? I'm always amused by the expression instead of the plebeian chip. Do you enjoy flying our Spitfires?
They're okay. I'd like to try one against a Messerschmitt 109.
You think the 109s have the edge?
Who knows? If the Messerschmitt is so brilliant, why don't they demonstrate it in the air?
They have. They even shot one down.
Where?
Spain.
The Civil War?
Hardly a real war.
They killed people. They wiped out villages and towns. Seemed like a real war to me.
You were with the Reds, I suppose.
We called them Republicans. Or Loyalists.
A motley crew. Adventurers, soldiers of fortune. Long-haired poets and bolsheviks.
Defending democracy. Whatever that means.
I won't have my pilots subjected to propaganda. No politics in my squadron.
No politics. I joined the RAF simply to fight the Nazis. Five of hearts, deuce of hearts, six of hearts. 50 francs.
I'm out. You sure you've got an ace in the hole?
Cost you 50 francs to find out.
Hmm? Come on, you putrid pygmy, call or fold. You may be bluffing. Well, we know that idiot, but he may not. It's only money, isn't it? Tradesman round the back.
I need a willing pilot.
Don't look at us. We're knights of the air, not bloody drivers.
One of your knights of the air bent a Spitfire. My staff has repaired the machine, but is it going to work? Doubtless one of you buggered it up again, but we have to try.
Ask Jock. He's the only one who isn't gainfully employed at the moment.
Oh, I'm reading Moggy.
It'll damage your brain.
I'll do it after I win this hand.
Oh, Pip never gets any fun. Your turn to impress the natives with your skill and daring.
I don't care who does it.
They really are an idle lot, aren't they? Fancy a breath of fresh air.
You can always count on Mick Sparrow.
Can we play poker?
I'm sure you've got a pair of aces.
I don't usually do this, but seeing as how it's just a family game, ace high, that's all. I bet you have that, Ken.
Bloody had.
Good to see you, sir.
This is Mr. Earl from the Express.
Oh, very nice.
Squadron leader Red. Mr. Masters from the Chronicle. Squadron leader Red.
Glad you reminded me. How you fix for socks and underwear?
Come on, then. Do our duty.
Bonjour. I'm sorry, I mean hello. I'm Mary Blandon. In my sins, I'm a teacher.
You're English, aren't you?
Yes. Oh, and no. It's all rather confusing.
Flying Officer Fitzgerald.
Flying Officer Gordon. But most people call me Flash, like the comic strip character.
I'm sorry, I've never heard of him. And what's your nickname?
Fitz. Pretty boring.
They're so excited to meet you. Well, I suppose you are rather glamorous.
It's just a job.
I think you're glamorous. I mean pilots.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really am Charlie.
It doesn't matter.
Just trying to impress your pupils.
At least you've met. This is Mademoiselle Ligier.
Oh, bonjour. Enchanté de faire votre connaissance.
Your accent is excellent.
Thank you. But that's it. Can't remember anymore.
Then we'll use English, but you must tell me when I go there.
I will.
From our squadron.
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to hear about it.
Like what?
I don't know. How fast can it go?
360 miles per hour. It's powered by a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. It's got Browning machine guns. It's a wonderful aeroplane. I mean, it's beautiful.
thank you. Thanks a lot, but no thanks.
Has anything really happened?
Well, Bomber Command has dropped some leaflets on Hamburg again.
What's Hamburg?
They think the rest of Germany can't read.
It's very tempting just to nip over the frontier and shoot up a couple of the Jerry airfields, if you don't mind me saying so, sir.
You are keen, aren't you?
I thought that was why we were here.
Some of the newspapers are calling it the phony war. The French are terrified. They remember what happened in 1418. They don't want that again. What's Hitler trying to do? Maybe he'll have a go at the Russians. Or maybe we'll have a go at them.
The Russians?
They've invaded Finland. Brave little Finland. And we're thinking of sending an expeditionary force.
Well, my chaps are as keen as mustard, sir. They'll do anything.
Won't happen, of course. Just between you and me, a month and the whole thing will fizzle out.
I'll see you back here.
Bye.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but what took you away from England?
Well, my mother was French, so I lived partly in Cheltenham and partly near Paris. I married a Frenchman, a doctor. He died. Happens, even to doctors.
Sorry.
We lived in Metz for 5 years. He died 2 years ago.
Well, you should go home. I mean, you should go home to Cheltenham.
I thought about it, but I couldn't face being a widow in Cheltenham or anywhere else in England. Oh, that poor young widow being seduced by randy insurance salesmen.
Yes, well, I'm sure it wouldn't happen quite like that.
Oh, it would. Snickering. It's different here. The French treat widowhood more, sort of, well, more cheerfully,
So you mean they're more sophisticated?
more experienced.
Widows?
Life. Sex.
Yes, well, I wouldn't know about that sort of thing.
Wouldn't you?
Well, they do say that the French know more about sex.
And they say the English don't care.
It's just they don't talk about it, that's all. It's a bit silly, I suppose.
Really? This is where I live. Would you like some tea? I mean, I've got Brook Bond. It's not that awful French tea.
Well, in that case,
Any problems, Bip?
Pretty good. Brake's a bit spongy, but sloppy. Flew like a bird.
Thanks.
Anytime.
good time.
Smashing.
What about the bridge?
What about it?
What, did you try it?
Yes. What happened? Piece of cake.
Gosh. Wipe the smile off Monkey's face.
Are you all right? Yeah. Listen, do you think I could do it?
Of course you could. You're a good pilot.
Oh, all right, I suppose.
You're as good as me.
Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those peepers? Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those eyes? Gosh, oh, get up, how to get so lit up? Gosh, oh, get up, how to get that size? Golly gee, when you turn those...
You think I'm boring?
What do you think?
It's not fair, I asked you.
Do you want the honest truth? Yes. Doesn't mean you're a bad person.
Thank you very much.
I'll have a pint, Harry. Dickie.
Little
The American plays well, doesn't he? Hello. Hello. Come on, Dick.
Little Sir Echo, I'm very blue. Hello. 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 Hello.
Give us a song, Moggy.
Need
a drink, you Pooh.
You're a nice little fellow, I know by your voice, but you're always so far away.
I think you owe me some money.
Other way around, Moggy. 1,000 francs.
You had a go, eh?
Of course.
Any witnesses?
Dozens of them.
Well, Haggis, I'm a gentleman. Always settle my gaming debts. But if I find I've been gypped...
What?
Well, I'd bite off his testicles.
You suggesting I...
Oh, I only mention it. I mean, if we can't be honest in the squadron, what chance have we got in life? Hmm?
My very sentiments.
My congratulations.
Oh. Oh, thanks.
Have you had a lot of sex, Fitz?
You mean today?
In life?
Well, no more or less than anybody else.
Yeah, same as me. I think it's a wonderful country. Girls in England, they've only got one thing on their minds.
What's that?
Well, it's not bloody sex, that's for certain. Maybe it's because they don't drink wine. I don't know. What's wrong with English girls? Oh, nothing. I'm as patriotic as the next chap. It's just that here, sex is a real possibility. You can buy the books of Henry Miller here, you know.
Really? Who's he?
Hot stuff. Hey, they don't care. And it's in English, for God's sake.
Oh, but you see, the French. The French created the brassiere.
Mm-hmm.
Ever thought about that?
All the time. And what about French kissing?
Yes, well, I'm thinking about that right now. You do seem to know an awful lot, Flash.
I've been thinking about it. I'd hate to die without knowing what life is really like.
Don't drop dandruff on the carpets, Dickie. People have to walk around here.
Bugger off, Moggy. You're just annoyed because you had to pay Pip.
Well, I'll get it back from you, won't I?
Pip says it's easy.
He's got a vivid imagination. But you're not cut out to be Daredevil, are you? You should have joined the Pioneer Corps.
Bloody fart.
Incredible prang, Dickie. Hope you don't mind, sir. Sort of traditional thing with the squadron.
Same as in my day, Rex.
I'm sure it is, sir.
All right.
Of course he is, aren't you, Dickie?
Don't bleed on the floor, Dickie. There's a good chap.
Never felt better, Uncle.
It's hot. Should have warmed up the engine every few hours to keep the oil fluid. Is that possible?
Why not, sir?
Man. And you think you could fit this behind the seat?
For what?
Well, what do you reckon it is? It's bulletproof. I hope. I can't do anything about a frontal attack, but if a Jerry fighter gets on my tail, I've still got a chance.
It's heavy. Any modifications, I'd have to talk to Flight Lieutenant Marriott.
Just tell them the news bits have all got back armor plates. Why stack all the odds on the Germans, right?
Yeah. I suppose I could screw it onto the framework.
Well, if nothing else, my mother will be grateful.
I'll try, sir.
Seems okay.
Yes, sir. You ain't gonna play tennis in this weather, are you, sir?
Oh, no, squash.
Good fun, is it, sir?
Oh, you don't know about squash?
Never seen it, sir. Bit like tennis, sir.
No, not really. It's a closed court. Small ball. You have to hit it against the walls. You have to have a good eye.
Seems complicated, sir.
No, that it isn't. You have to be fit, but you ought to have a go.
Well, I don't know about that, sir.
Want to try?
Well, me, I'll try anything, sir, but... Well, I haven't got the gear or...
Borrow mine. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll clear it with your flight sergeant.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Good, just hit the ball right back in there. That's it. There you go, down the line. Oh, nice back!
Thank you, sir.
Listen. Forget the sir stuff based on the court, will you?
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you.
It's David, isn't it? Listen, you got the idea. Let's have a game. You serve, okay? That's right. At least 1 foot in the box, above the middle line, and back into the square, right?
I thought people should wear whites on the courts. Maybe he's a new boy.
Yes, doesn't understand rules. He's not a replacement pilot, is he?
Are you talking to me?
Oh, it's our transatlantic cousin. Having a good game?
This is A.C. Todd. He's my rigger, okay? If you want to watch, just shut up. If you don't want to watch, then buzz off. It's your service.
You may get some hints. I better go, sir.
It's your service.
Hard luck.
Second serve.
Who's playing?
Todd.
The rigger, apparently. An old heart, the demon poker player. I thought it was only for us officers.
Give me the ball. Give me the ball.
I'd better go, sir.
Like hell you will. Give me the ball.
I'd rather not, sir, to be honest. We're freezing, you know. Can you get on with it?
Yes, hurry up.
We're bloody bored. Not much of a spectator game.
Just ignore them. Give me the ball!
Quick game, wasn't it? Difficult when you haven't got the ball.
Listen, I'm sorry. I mean, you got a natural skill. You could beat any of those clowns in a few weeks.
Yes, sir.
Ah, young Tom. Playing soccer? Not quite the weather for it, is it? Who won?
Squash, sir. I invited A.C. Todd to play squash.
Did you, by God? Did you really? What a frightfully friendly thing to do. And was the aircraftsman a satisfactory playmate?
It was a good game, sir.
No arguments? And you know what it could be like in squash?
No, sir. Is that all, sir?
Should there be more?
Just one thing, sir. In case you had noticed, it's very cold, and your dog has just urinated on this airman.
Oh, don't, Riley. Not possible. Squadron mascot. Hmm? You wouldn't do a thing like that, would you, Riley, eh? He didn't disgrace himself, did he, Todd? Jolly good, Todd. Keep up the soccer. I'd like to see the chaps getting fit. Only way to beat the Hun, eh? Carry on, Todd. Not good enough, huh? Come on, Riley.
2 pair, aces on jacks.
Why not? Will you accept this? 4 aces.
You're so lucky, but I challenge. Jammy sod. You can buy the wreath.
It's a bit of a flip.
Why, have you seen the price of flowers around here?
Anybody fancy a game?
I'll take your money. Life goes on, as someone once said.
Roll it.
What the hell are you doing?
Old Dickie owes me some money, all right. Can't wait till they settle the estate. It's a gambling debt.
You can't do that. Some crummy bet.
Oh, yes, I can. I wasn't going to write to his mother.
You're disgusting.
Am I? He lost, and... 1,000 francs, isn't it? 200, 3, 4... what's this? A fiver. Genuine English currency of the realm. What's that in frog money? About 800 francs? If I take another couple of hundred, is that about right?
How would I know?
I don't want to shortchange old Dickie, eh? You're mon ami.
I should smash your face.
Yes. Why don't you? Get it off your chest, as they say. Well. Pity about Dickie, eh? What did you say? Piece of cake.
Lord, Fanny.
Hello, Uncle.
We thought you were in the clink.
Merci.
Took a long time, eh, the inquiry?
Yes. But I was exonerated, you know.
Well, of course you were. At least you'll have a chance to pay your respects to old Dickie Starr.
Dickie?
Afraid so. Silly bugger. Bit of an own goal.
Oh, old Fanny. Thought you were in Dartmoor.
Same old Moggy.
You should be doing this. I'm commanding the burial party.
Why me?
Well, didn't you go to the other one?
What?
Well, the Blenheim pilot. The one you killed.
That's a bit off, Moggy, even for you. And as I recall it, you were one of the attacking aircraft.
Oh, yes, but I'm such a terrible shot.
Steady on. He was simply a scapegoat for the whole squadron.
Not me. I was on the ground.
Anyway, this is hardly the time. Let's take you to your quarters.
We give thee hearty thanks, for that it hath pleased thee to deliver this our brother out of the miseries of this sinful world, beseeching thee that it may please thee of thy gracious goodness shortly to accomplish the number of thine elect, and to hasten thy kingdom, that we, with all those that are departed in the true faith of thy holy name, may have our perfect consummation and bliss, both in body and soul, in thy eternal and everlasting glory. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
to you.
Bugler.
Funeral party dismissed.
That's good. Right, turn. Right wheel, by the right, quick, march.
Lights on.
Sir.
I want that airman on a charge.
Which one, sir?
The one.
Yes, sir. What charge, sir?
Anything. Conduct prejudicial to good order and discipline, mocking the king's uniform, or anything you bloody well want.
Sir.
Monsieur le commandant. Bonjour, Père Alexandre, le curé de Pont Saint-Pierre. J'exige une explication, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Father.
Non, la situation est très grave. Il s'agit de votre pilote, le jeune homme Star.
What are you talking about? Are you threatening me? Is he threatening me?
Vous ne parlez pas français, naturellement. So I will speak English. Your pilot, the young Mr. Star, he is in the wrong grave, monsieur.
The wrong grave?
The grave belongs to this gentleman.
What, it's his grave?
It's a family grave, monsieur. It has just been prepared for his brother and his father. An unfortunate accident. The whole village is mourning. Do you understand?
Compris. Flying Officer Cattermole?
Did you call, sir?
Did you hear what this man said?
Something about a hole in the ground, sir.
I gave you a simple task.
A hole is a hole, sir.
But there's also another point, monsieur. He really shouldn't be here at all. We are Catholic. He is a Protestant. I want your Mr. Star out.
You want him out? Now, look here. You may be COIC of your flock, but you do not give orders to an officer of the Royal Air Force.
I insist, monsieur.
What do you want me to do? Turf him out? Put him in the gutter? Do you believe this, Skull? The deceased may not have been a paid-up member of your religion, but he was good enough to fight and die for your country. Do we have to take our dead back to England after every battle? I trust you know there is a war on. Good morning, Padre. Excusez-moi. Got him all? You put Dickie in the hole, you better get him out. Too sweet.
Happy days.
What an end for Dickie.
I'm not so sure about that.
What does that mean?
Well, after that shambles, the wrong grave and all that, he's going to haunt us for the rest of our lives.
Well, if you think it's my responsibility, it's not.
Nobody said a word. Perhaps everybody should have a go at the bridge in formation.
Well, that's a grand idea. That'll impress the froggies.
I don't know about you, Uncle. There's a very large black in the annals of the squadron. An insult to the dead, a disgrace to the service. Won't happen again, I can tell you.
You mean nobody's going to die?
I mean, if they do die, they will be buried decently, and you're the man who will make sure it's carried out properly.
Good Lord, there's a Messerschmitt.
The hell's he up to?
Jerry!
What is it? It's a Jerry. I mean, a Jerry from a Jerry. It's a bloody piss pot, sir.
What about this, sir? Made in England. What does this mean?
I think it means we've got a war.
Squadron Leader Rex still keeping the pilots on their toes with formation flying. All Spitfires operational, although there have been some problems with propellers. The pilots have settled into the routine of this phony war. Even if there is no action, the food is superb, and there's always plenty of high spirits. The French are, for the most part, very hospitable and friendly, although there have been several complaints about dangerous flying. We have had our first casualty, an unfortunate accident, and a sad day for Hornet Squadron. The Luftwaffe are obviously feeling pretty bored as well. At least this war has a sense of humor. The battle must start soon.
I thought we weren't supposed to play our battles.
That's okay when the CO's leading the fight.
He's really flashy, isn't he?
You'll be like that when you grow up, Coxie. Come on, you lot, settle down. Right. What's that?
Well, it's not one of ours.
How did he ever pass the exam? I mean, any exam. We have to do this, chaps. It's a refresher just in case we meet the enemy. Try again. Sticky?
It's not French, is it?
Don't mess about. It's a Messerschmitt 110.
Any advances?
The Junkers 88.
Told you. 110.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Look at the twin tail fins. It's got 2 Daimler-Benz engines, and they're as big as a Merlin, so it ain't slow.
Might even win the war for them if they've got enough of them. No. Any offers?
Nasty brute, isn't he?
Try it this way. Looks different, right?
It's a Dornier reconnaissance bomber. Flying pencil. 4-man crew, 5 machine guns. Oh, and at least a ton of bombs.
Tighten up, Red 3.
As you wish, Red Leader.
Can't stand people dawdling. Closer, closer.
Closing in, Red Leader.
You're still at least 4 yards out of position, Red 3.
I didn't think so.
This is Red Leader, and in my opinion, you are 4 yards out of position. Are you receiving me, Red 3?
Unidentified aircraft, 9 o'clock below. Maybe a Heinkel.
Probably a French Moran. Take a look. It's a bloody Heinkel. This could be our lucky day. Take your safety catches. We'll get the sod before it gets home.
but when it comes to pay for aid, we shout with all our might. And you are at Astra, on your Jack, we're all right.
Well, Riley, what do you think of that, eh?
Gentlemen, our first war trophy. I think it'll look rather good over the mess bar.
What about a swastika?
Take it easy. Fritz, you speak English? Parlez anglais. Well, I'm sorry about your colleagues. But no more war for you, my old friend. Eh? You're well out of it anyway, Fritz. They'll take good care of you. French are good people. Any of you lot speak Deutsch?
Uber alles? Marlene and Dietrich.
We don't really need that flying officer, Catamount. Seems a decent enough chap. So, good to see you. You're an honor to the Luftwaffe. Well, good luck.
Get away, you bastard. Sticky! Find out! Come on, beef-like, get your finger out.
To the back, sir, come on!
Yes? Not my favorite poison. Weddings, birthdays.
And apparently shooting down the Bosch. Will this be the standard celebration, do you think?
Why not?
I was just wondering. The Luftwaffe have about 1,500 bombers. At this rate, total victory is going to place an enormous strain on the kidneys.
They're all young and fit, you know.
I was actually thinking about myself.
Come on, get him! Get him!
He's shaking, Moggy.
Bugger off.
Christ's sake. You, Moggy.
Not at me, come on, not at me, at him! All right, that's Moggy! Move back. Come on, over there! Watch!
I don't really care for this, Uncle.
Get some more! Come on, Carl.
Voltaire. They shouldn't throw Voltaire.
You're so beautiful.
I'm supposed to say that to you.
But I'm not, and you are. You're so young
and innocent. Perhaps you're perfect.
I'd say, steady on, old girl.
Old girl? Is that the best you can say?
Well, it's a term of affection.
For what? A horse?
Don't you like horses?
No, idiot.
You're just a bad loser.
And are you English? Remember Jeanne d'Arc? She was born near here, and you've killed her.
Not me, personally.
Well, it was you, bloody English.
Ah, that was the army, not fighter command, old girl. Oh, I suppose that's what you'd call a first-class cock-up.
I wouldn't call it that, darling.
See what you mean.
Come on, Fitz. It's not the end of the world, you know.
Isn't it?
Of course not. Just takes practice.
You sure?
Of course. Well, it's a bit like riding a bike. All of a sudden, one day, it just comes naturally.
Really?
Really.
Jesus, that's awful. Took me 4 years to learn to ride a bike.
You couldn't have been trying.
You got any lemons?
What for?
I just read it somewhere that lemons are supposed to put lead in your pencil.
Lemons?
Could have been melons.
Poor Fitz, you'll have to wait till the summer.
Just my bloody luck.
We haven't got time, my sweet.
Seen this?
Bloody hell, who'd do that?
Maybe the French don't like us. Perfidious Albion, all that stuff.
Is it for me or for Mary?
God knows. I wouldn't worry about it. Maybe they don't like our uniforms.
You have a good time? Oh, well, you know, the usual. How about you? Well, smashing. Really?
She certainly knows her onions.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, everything.
Oh, yes. You said she knows a lot about biology.
She certainly does.
See that?
What?
There should be hundreds of bullet holes. Most of the shots missed.
So what? We shot it down, didn't we?
It was a Mickey Mouse kill. 6 against 1, he had an engine on the blink. It was like rolling a drunk in the street. Our guns are harmonized for the wrong distance, Fanny.
Oh, yeah? Well, they seem all right to me.
Our bullets converge at 400 yards. Any closer in, you're overshooting.
Yes, that happens to be from Fighter Command's manual, the doubting spread.
To compensate for pilot error. All that means is that the average RAF fighter pilot is a lousy shot.
Oh, come on, Chris. Anyway, you got close enough.
That's because I harmonized my guns at 250 yards.
You did what?
And if I were you, I'd do the same thing. Next time it may be 1-on-1 instead of 6-on-1.
Watch out for the little grammar school, boy! What are you doing? Get off your grammar school line!
Spitfire! Okay!
All righty.
Okay!
Hey! That's Dr. Jerry! Riley! Riley, would pass! Riley, that Riley! Riley, behind you! Flip, where you going? Marky!
I think you'll enjoy this, sir. Henri keeps a very fair table. Country cuisine rather than metropolitan fare.
Oh, yeah.
This old Henri does a very decent Scotch smoked salmon.
How does he get that, I wonder?
People are always going to and fro to London, aren't they? Burfond Croûte is really quite excellent.
Your Heinkel went down well with HQ?
I'm glad, sir.
I'm not divulging a secret. We've put you up for a DFC. What do you say about that?
An honor for the whole squadron, sir.
We can't give one to all of them, so we'll give one to you.
Deeply honored.
Always nice for the family, if nothing else.
Quite, sir.
Come in.
Am I intruding, young man?
Not at all, my pleasure. Can I offer you a drink?
That's not a bad idea. I have to have a few words with you.
Yes, I've been waiting for it.
Ah. Well, far be it from me to curb a chap's style.
Everybody else tries, Uncle.
Do they? It's hardly surprising, eh? It's not usual for a junior officer to criticize fighter command's tactics.
Even when they're wrong? I fought them before.
Well, we're not in Spain. And may I point out that you were on the losing side? No, thank you. I think that some of the chaps are a bit bored by your experiences in Spain.
Anything else?
For some reason, you don't admire, or even like, the CO. The rest of us know when we're well off.
Yeah, sure, the food's great.
Yes, it bloody is. And the wine. Gramophone records, latest magazines, English beer. Who pays for all that? Squadron leader Rex.
So if I don't behave nicely, Rex is going to cancel the tackler.
You're very difficult, aren't you, Hart? Perhaps I should mention good manners.
Very British.
Well, the RAF happens to be British. We do things in our own way. Such as squash courts are for officers only.
Oh, Christ.
We have a system, and by and large, it works.
Yes, it's called snobbery. It's one of the less attractive features of the service.
You may think so, but your treatment of Todd resulted in embarrassment and humiliation.
Are you kidding? That wasn't my fault.
Well, Todd thinks it was. He's asked to be transferred from your flight. You should have known that anyway. Your family background, etc.? What were you trying to prove?
Democracy, maybe?
Ah, that. Well, it's all right in its place.
Yeah.
It's a question of fitting in, old boy.
Yeah.
You excelled yourself, Henri.
Oh, my pleasure, my lord. So many of my customers do not appreciate the great vintages.
First class.
Merci. Bon appétit, my lord.
Bon chance, Henri. I think you're going to enjoy this, sir.
Why not, eh? What's all this business of my lord?
I think it amuses him.
You haven't encouraged this notion, have you?
They expect it of me.
How's our American? Settling in?
Afraid not. He doesn't like our battle tactics, and he wants to change the harmonization on our guns.
We're going to do that anyway. At 400 yards, you can't hit anything at that range. That's the experience of other squadrons.
How interesting, sir.
Is he a good pilot?
And that depends. Frankly, what gets on my nerves is his rotten formation flying. It's quite deliberate. I really don't see that I can stand for that. I shall have to chop him.
Like hell. We need him.
Well, I certainly don't need him, sir.
The powers above, we need America's help to fight this war. Or so I'm told. But why that should be, I've no idea. They weren't much use last time, till it was too late. We need publicity.
Or perhaps propaganda in the wonderful USA. Hart stays, sorry.
Politics.
Of course. I want to see Hart in the thick of things. Make sure he shoots down a Jerry as soon as possible.
We've only seen one, sir.
Look for another one.
Is that an order, sir?
Not an order, Rex, but it's bloody good advice.
I thought I'd see you at the cottage. Been here long?
Not really.
Nothing wrong, is there?
No. Mary's a bit tired, that's all. Bloody cold, isn't it?
The cold's never tired.
Really? Good for her.
Do you take any precautions, Fitz?
For what?
Oh, you know.
Oh, precautions? I see what you mean.
Well, do you?
Sort of. How about you?
And we try. Nicole wants a baby.
Christ, why?
Why not? Perfectly natural thing for a girl. What, a woman?
Doesn't she want to be married first?
Ah.
Didn't she say anything about that?
Yes, I suppose she did.
Flash. Didn't you ask?
There's nothing wrong with marriage, you know.
Oh, no, I think it's just old wedding bells, eh?
Yes.
Well, congratulations, Flash. Hope you'll be very happy.
Well, piece of cake.
Hello. Not reading, young Fitz?
Oh, well, no, not really. All in French.
One of the problems of living in France. Been out?
Yes. You know about everything, don't you, Skull?
Just a rumor, actually.
Well, do you know anything about lemons? Melons?
You're not thinking of starting a greengrocer's shop?
Christ, no. You married?
Not at all. Good God. Why?
It's nothing. See, it's this friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a bit of a, you know.
Problem?
Yes. He's got a girlfriend. This friend of mine, you see. And he can't seem to warm up his engine.
Well, I'm sure your friend can get a book about it. You could do something for your friend. You're going on leave. 7 days, lucky chap. Drop in at Foyle's. It's a bookshop.
Oh.
If you want my advice, I should tell your friend not to worry about it.
Well, that's what I told him.
Then you've solved the problem.
You see? I knew you'd know about everything.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Skull. 7 days. Right.
Lucky sods. Say hello to Piccadilly.
Don't get lost, Moggy.
They've gone.
Oh, no.
rotten sod.
Why go home anyway? Stay with your girl.
I've got to go and see my parents. Father's been ill. You know what parents are like.
See you. The idea is simple. You'll be taken by lorry to the Vosges region here. You'll be dropped separately in various remote spots. You'll come back here under your own steam. 4 days, that should do it. No map, no compass, and 100 francs in your pocket. Any questions? Oh, thank you for joining us, Flying Officer Catamount. I don't want any criminal behavior. None at all. There may be some companies of French mounted troops out looking for you, and their dogs. Somewhat ill-mannered, I believe. Remember, you are officers in the Royal Air Force, so don't stand any nonsense from them. I don't think you'll have time for winter sports.
Why not, sir?
This is a serious exercise.
I'm a serious skier.
Any questions?
Are you going to lead us, sir?
I know how to survive. I'm going to Paris. But you'll have Flight Lieutenant Kellaway and Flying Officer Skelton here to hold the fort. Right. Good luck, chaps.
If you could select your staff.
We'll get double pneumonia.
They're young, fit chaps. Nonsense.
Should have listened to my mother. She's always knitting things.
Is that how she made you?
Un Boche. Va chercher les gendarmes. Dis-leur qu'il y a un Boche à la ferme.
Camarade. English. Royal Air Force.
Don't take it off. I'm tired of the Mills brothers, or whatever they're called.
The other side, old man. I thought it was too quiet.
What?
It would have to be Moggy.
Accident prone.
Not him. Everything that happens to him is deliberate.
I wonder what he's been up to.
I don't know, robbed a bank, I suppose. Oh, well, I suppose I'd better go and see what he's done and pay for the damage.
I'm very touched by Fitz's concern.
You must know that he cares for you.
Yes, of course.
He's very conscientious, isn't he? In some ways, older than his years. In some ways, younger. Oh, but I'm sure you know that.
He does get awfully anxious at times.
Really?
Just little things. I haven't even offered you a drink.
I should have brought something.
Of course not. I've got lashings of wine. Do you like white?
I'm in your hands, Mrs. Blandon.
Please, Mary.
Then you must call me Lutz.
I thought everyone called you Moggy.
Oh, you know about me.
Oh, Fitz has talked about you.
I'm honoured. That's why I dropped by, really. Just to make sure you were sort of all right. He really cares about his parents. I always like that quality, don't you? Oh, may I?
Thank you. I wonder what Fitz is up to at this moment.
After entertaining his parents, I've no doubt young Fitz is on the spree.
Does he usually do that?
Oh, after he's written a letter to you, Mary. And then painting the town pink, drinking the bars dry, and reminding society that nobody's daughter is safe when a fighter pilot's on the loose. He's a very dependable chap, young Fitz.
He's a very good dancer.
Is he really? Well, I suppose you like dancing as well. You've certainly got the figure for it, Mary.
I don't know about that. Do you like Tommy Dorsey?
My favourite, funnily enough. May I have the honour?
You're a very good dancer, Maggie.
Well, as they say, it takes two. Stay.
Oh, Mary. You're not hurt. Moggy's going to take care of you.
They hate the English. I mean, some of them.
And there we are, defending them from old Jerry. Odd, isn't it?
It is odd. I'm such a terrible crybaby.
No wonder my sweet is soaking wet.
Good wine as well.
You'll get a chill. Better take it off.
I suppose. Don't leave me. Don't go.
Where the hell have you been?
Catch.
Schnapps? Made in Germany? Where did you get that?
Mum's the word, old boy. We're secret agents.
Rex thought you were dead. You should have been here 3 days ago.
The roads were appalling. Something to do with the war.
I want to see you lot right now.
Switzerland?
Yes, sir.
I sent you on a survival exercise.
You certainly did.
I may be wildly wrong about this, but isn't Switzerland a neutral country?
So I believe, sir.
And as our intelligence officer, Scowl, could you confirm this?
It is not a belligerent state. Never was.
The next question is, how did you get into neutral Switzerland?
He had his U.S. passport, and his uncle works at the American Embassy in Bern.
Actually, he's the ambassador.
Well, that explains everything. And then?
Well,
And then what are you?
Flying Officer Miller, perhaps.
Well, it was smashing. I went to the pictures. Superb hotel. I mean, the bar never closed. And then he bought the Mercedes, second-hand, of course. And we went to Chamonix for a bit of skiing. Couldn't get through to start. The pass was closed.
Appalling luck.
Well, Chamonix is pretty good.
And Hart, did you have enough loose change in your pocket to buy the Mercedes?
No, I had to phone my bankers in New York.
How lucky you had sufficient in your current account.
That was lucky, sir.
You deliberately ignored my orders.
You didn't tell us not to go to Switzerland.
Should I be amused by that? I think not. I posed you a problem.
And we solved...
Don't interrupt. Hart, you knew what was intended. The spirit of the exercise was perfectly obvious. And you dodged it. In your own way. You dodged it. That's all. Off you go. Trouble with the rich is they think they can buy their way out of everything.
I suppose. You should know.
I beg your pardon?
Ah, yes. What I meant was, well, by any normal standards, your family is extremely rich. Is it not?
Is it?
I think people know that. Everyone knows.
I don't want people thinking I'm a soft touch.
Well, you are.
Not true.
You pay half everybody's mess bills.
Because this squadron is something rather special. At least to me.
Agreed. Could I say something?
Difficult to stop you, Scowl.
It just seems to me that you're taking it personally. They did exhibit considerable initiative. Don't you think?
All I say is this. What does Mr. Hart do if he bumps into a flock of Messerschmitt 110s? Cable his bloody banker. Come on, chaps. You're always threatening to buy me a drink.
I think Scarl's in the chair.
On my measly 11 shillings a day.
CEO's office. Good God, thank you.
No drinks, I'm afraid, sir. It's a scramble.
Leader to haunted aircraft. For God's sakes, close up. You're like a bunch of girl guides on a picnic. Closer, closer. Enemy bandits, 11 o'clock below. 11 o'clock below. Jesus! Look out above you! It's quite clear in my view. It was a shambles, Uncle.
I wouldn't say that. Really?
Well, I would. And will they learn? Formation discipline is the key. They don't regroup. We're in a bloody great mess.
We destroyed a Heinkel and a probable.
Hardly a major victory, our score.
Pip Patterson's in hospital. Shock and a fearful bump on the head. He'll be out in a day. Poor old Miller, well, they've identified the body. And Flash, God knows.
3 of them certainly saw him bail out and confirmed that the parachute opened. He can't be too far.
I suppose I should address the squadron. The game's afoot. The struggle is becoming more arduous. Now's the time to stand shoulder to shoulder. Let us close ranks and show the Boche what we're made of.
You're not actually going to say that?
Why, what's wrong with that?
Oh, what? Yes, I'm sure that's the right sentiment.
You've missed lunch, I'm afraid. First-class partridge as well. No complaints about the catering. Dinner. Soup of the day, patty of salmon, saddle of lamb. Oh, jolly good jam, roly-poly. The French can't do that sort of thing.
Apron, sir.
You shoot, Trevelyan?
Not really, sir.
Plenty of wood pigeon around here, and there's a rumour of deer. Not my sort of thing, but the CO wants to see everyone involved in country pursuits. Now, what else? Oh, Sticky, new boy Trevelyan.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Billiards, squash, ping pong, incredible cellar, and, what? Oh, library, do you read?
It's not really a hobby of mine. Mahjong, bridge, and a spot of backgammon.
Well, I'm sure we can accommodate you, but don't play poker with the American.
American?
Oh, yes. An Irishman, a Scotchman, and, well, several Englishmen. That's not a joke, incidentally.
It bloody is, Uncle.
Good God, I was about to write a letter to your father.
It bloody worked, you know. I never thought it would. A loud bang, kick up the armpits. Nasty one in the crotch as well. And then there's this miraculous thing above your head. All I wanted was a harp and a celestial choir, and I'd be in the promised land. Hello? Who's he? He doesn't look like an angel.
Oh, this is...
Where's Air Vice Marshal bloody Rex? And when I was wafting through the heavens, I thought to myself, when I get back, I'm going to kick the great Rex up his arse. He's a disaster, that man.
You drunk?
Not me.
Are you sure?
Sober as a squadron leader. Yeah. Bit early for me. It's never too early in Hornet Squadron.
Now, come on, old chap.
Is he a pilot?
Of course he is.
Has he met the CO yet? Are you replacing my old friend Miller? One of the best, old Miller, and you couldn't say that of the CO. Have you ever been tail end Charlie? Well, if the CO asks you to be tail end Charlie, just shoot him.
That's enough, Flash.
Well, if Rex asks you to be tail end Charlie, you get on a bus and stay there for the duration. Hell of a good stuff, this.
Now, come on, old chap.
Uncle, you're my friend.
Yeah, of course I am.
Are you my friend? Of course I am. Is he my friend?
Of course he is.
I think I'm...
This young fella needs to sleep it off.
Is he wounded?
Blotto, sir. Oh, this is Pilot Officer Trevelyan.
Delighted he got his parachute back anyway.
Bastard.
What's he muttering about?
No idea, sir. Shell shock, man.
Have you bailed out, Trevelyan?
No, sir.
I'm taking up A flight in an hour. Perhaps you'll join us.
That'd be great, sir.
Routine patrol. But you can see what we do. I like a tight formation, no dawdling. You can be tail end Charlie, okay?
Absolutely, sir.
Hey, give me a hand.
I thought he was dead.
Good pilots don't die. They're too bloody stupid. Come on, Flash. Get his jacket off.
Oh, Pip. I'm gonna kill Rex.
Get your clothes off first. Why don't they learn?
Do you think he needs a doctor?
No, he'll be all right. Just been a nasty hangover. Of course, you saw him shot down.
Yes. Then I got jumped on.
May happen again.
I hope not.
What did the MO say?
Concussion. Sprained neck, shoulder.
Just rest, he said. 14 days leave.
I haven't had a note from him.
No?
You'll be all right once you get back into a spit.
I was nearly a goner.
Did the doc give you anything?
Couldn't bloody sleep.
Seems to work with Flash.
Oh, it's another bloody cigarette.
Did you know that our new pilot's an old Etonian?
How grand.
Rex is delighted. He likes good manners. Style, that's the thing. Now that's style. Crisp and tidy. Do you recognize them when they take off, Scott?
They all seem the same to me.
Not true. That's Fanny Barton. Careful, man. Just enough throttle. He's read the book. That's Cox. Leaves his wheels down for a few seconds, just in case. You recognize him, don't you?
Haven't got a clue.
That's old Moggy, for God's sake. Don't you recognize Moggy? Look, look. Now that's style. Retracts his undercarriage as soon as he's airborne. You see, the wheels spoil the look of the thing. That's important for Moggy.
I'm amazed.
What?
Your keen observation.
It's obvious, surely. Look, look, look. Now that's our transatlantic cousin.
Really?
No messing around with him. A natural. A confident young man, our Master Hart. Oh, dear. Slow, fussy. What's he doing?
Not the old Etonian. Still thinking about Waterloo.
Rex won't like that.
You're quite a psychologist, Uncle. Philosopher, even. Sage of the skies.
You do talk a lot of tosh, don't you, old man?
It's now 5 months since war was declared, and we are still waiting for real action here in France. Hornet Squadron's one kill turned out to be more good fortune than shooting skills. Squadron leader Rex is determined to keep the pilots fit and ready for action whenever that may be. His survival exercise, however, was not the success he hoped for. Pilot Officer Hart was criticized for showing bad form by living it up in neutral Switzerland. As winter ends, morale is good, with plenty of local company and the food excellent as ever. We lost Miller and 3 Spitfires in the first serious engagement without any successes on our side. There is a great deal of argument in the mess about tactics, and with the coming of spring, the Luftwaffe must be planning the big push soon.
Yellow 2, this is what we do. Perfect formation flying. You should be able to learn a great deal from your spot, Yellow 2. Don't worry about asking questions, that's what I'm here for.
Thank you, Red Leader.
Red Leader to Yellow 2. We're changing formation, Yellow 2. Light echelon starboard, go. Get tidy, chaps. Bandits, 10 o'clock below. Bandits, 10 o'clock below. Prepare for number 2 attack. Close up, Trevelyan. Check your safety hatches. Are you hearing me, Trevelyan? Where the hell are you? Nobody seen the new boy? Forget it. Bandits ahead. Prepare for attack.
Thanks a lot, Moggy. How are you going to land? I don't know. My mother's going to be furious about this.
This is going to be a laugh. He isn't all that brilliant with 2 hands.
Probably an early war for Cox.
Lucky sod.
And young Trevelyan was shot down?
No, he's missing.
What do you mean, missing?
What do you mean? It's quite simple. He's missing. By that, I mean he's no longer with us.
You know, disappeared.
I may be a little stupid.
Are you asking us or telling us? I mean, do we have a vote?
Could be engine failure or even heart failure. Does it really matter?
I think so. I have to file these reports. Should I say missing in action?
As it happened, he missed the action.
Whatever it is, I'm going for my bath. Come on, daft dog!
Am I supposed to assume that young Trevelyan vanished into thin air? Is he going to be an aeronautical Marie Celeste? I mean, is there a ghostly Spitfire flying in the heavens? Somebody must have seen him.
Don't look at me.
I ain't done nothing, Governor.
Bet you the guy that shot him down is sitting on his ass somewhere in Germany getting congratulations from his squadron leader.
Well, so you did see him?
Oh, no. We're not supposed to be on the lookout for anything unexpected in this outfit. We fly a tight formation, flying wingtip to wingtip. That's supposed to terrify the Luftwaffe.
We're not in for a 20-minute lecture on Spain again, are we?
Wouldn't understand it, Moggy.
Do you agree, Fanny?
Jerry jumped on Trevelyan. I think that's a reasonable assumption. The tail end Charlie looks at the formation. We can't look out for him.
Isn't there perhaps a lesson in that?
I don't know. Shoot the CO? I'm joking, of course. Anybody for a drinky poo?
What we really need here is some roulette, baccarat, pontoon, 3-card brag, nap, gin rummy, happy families.
I've got a good idea, Sticky. Why don't you take a pack of cards and have a thrilling game of patience about 100 yards away from me? Or pick your toenails, or do your homework, or go and frolic with Riley. He could throw a ball for you.
What have I done now?
You're here, isn't that enough?
I was just going to offer you a drink.
A large drambuie with a Guinness, a bag of crisps, and 20 passing clouds.
I'll have the same.
Have you heard what happened to Cobb?
His left hand's dropped off. That's what happens when you masturbate in a hurry. How are your ailments, McSporran?
Doc says it's a question of time.
I thought it was the other shoulder.
Well, it's both, actually.
Haven't thought of going to Lourdes, have you?
I don't think that's funny.
No, it was a serious suggestion. I mean, the way we're losing pilots, you may actually have to fly again.
Come on, Pip. You know old Moggy. It was just a joke.
No, it wasn't.
I primed my kite. It could happen to anybody. I'm not going to take that off you.
Really, old boy? Was it pistols at Dorton?
If you like.
Sir, could I have a moment? Always a pleasure.
I wonder if you'd sign this, sir.
I'm writing with great sadness to inform you of the death of your son, Nigel. While with the squadron, he did all that was asked of him without flinching. His courage, determination, and audacity were never in any doubt. Who did? We're not talking about Trevelyan, are we?
Yes, that's reasonable, isn't it?
Courage, audacity. We don't know anything about his courage, and as for his audacity, we only saw him for 2 minutes. Blah, 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 blah. With no thought of his own safety. His death in combat was an example of gallant self-sacrifice in the face of heavy odds and extreme peril. He bloody disappeared. Hardly self-sacrifice.
The frogs have discovered the wreckage. An old Trevelyan collected a bucket full of Messerschmitt bullets.
Bloody fool.
Rather good letter, though.
And those?
Just copies. I leave a space and write in the names of the next of kin.
Oh, yes. Good idea. Anything else?
We'll have the new pilots in a couple of days.
Did you know that Hart is saying our tactics are wrong?
Yes. Well, nobody wants to be tail-end Charlie.
Oh, yes. Who says?
In the mess, just chatting. I'm not suggesting there's a mutiny. They all want what you want, sir. Improving our efficiency, keeping going.
Now, hang on, Uncle. That's Hart's attitude.
Well, maybe, but I think you're being a bit hard on him, sir.
Am I? His whole attitude is negative and insolent. He's an over-opinionated prig, that's my view.
I think you probably don't like him.
Well, there you are.
Can't believe it.
Piece of cake.
Does that make me an ace?
What do you think?
Oh, no, come to think of it. I mean, to be an ace, you've got to shoot down 5.
Then you're not an ace. Yet.
Well, that was just a dummy run. It's a bit quick, wasn't it?
Well...
Well, come on, you're the expert, aren't you?
What the hell do you mean?
I mean, you're a widow. I mean, you're older. Look, what I meant was that you were married before. That's what I meant, okay? Question is, will you marry me?
Oh, Fitz.
Why not?
Well, because... Anyway, you don't mean it.
Of course I mean it. Look, sex isn't everything, is it? Maybe it is, I don't know, but... Look, I've got this far, haven't I? Things can only get better, can't they? Please, Mary, just tell me.
Don't hog all the wine.
Sorry. Anyway, Flash and Nicole are getting married.
And?
Why not us?
Is that the reason?
No. I love you more than Flash loves Nicole.
Have you asked him?
No, I just know. You see, we could have a double wedding. I could ask Moggy. And he could be the best man. Oh, come on, you like him, don't you?
Oh, yes.
He was very decent to come and see you when I was away on leave, wasn't he?
Very decent.
Hmm.
Oh, Fitz.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with you?
You're so good.
I know I'm not exactly the best in the world. Not in bed, anyway.
Oh, don't say that. It's me. I'm not worthy of you.
You are the best thing that has ever happened to me.
Right, just hold it there. Yeah, very serious for a second now. Jolly good. Right, now we've got that one. Let's have a family group. Yes, would you, Skull? Oh, Mary, just dress in at the back. Sir, would you be so good as to join us? Brides and bridegrooms in the middle, family and friends on either side. Don't be such a twerp. Sticky, just get in at the back with the other pilots, would you? Jolly good. Now, everybody looking towards the camera. You can smile. Smile.
I'm off then.
This makes it worthwhile, eh, Fitz? I mean, this is what we're fighting for.
What do you mean? Watching Rex dancing with my wife?
I mean, Mary, the charming bride.
But it's worthwhile for me.
Well, for all of us.
Sorry?
I always think of Mary as a symbol. You know, England, home and the kiddywinks, school fees, cricket, glorious Goodwood, Henley, Clem Attlee, the Army and Navy stores. I really envy you, Fitz.
Well, I'll drink to that.
And a bloody good cook.
How do you know?
Horses for courses in France. I mean, they all cook well, don't they?
This is Dutton, the new boy. Skelton, intelligence officer.
How do you do?
Nice to meet you.
Excuse us. Flip is going to be your section leader.
Well, I hope you're a bit better than the man you're replacing. How's your drink? You come in and out of here like the Invisible Man. Uncold. You can have his room.
Oh, don't worry about him. Shocking type.
See much action? No, not really. I've been swanning about Paris for the last month. Lucky beggar.
Christ, teeth probably pucks up to the eyeballs. Have you been hanging around with the tarts?
No, I haven't. But I've got a copy of Lady Chatterley's Lover.
Crikey. You're going to be a popular chap, old boy.
Just an ordinary day in the life of fighter command. With a champagne squadron, as they say. This is Flying Officer Patterson. And Flying Officer Catamount. And this is Flying Officer Hart, a well-known soldier of fortune.
Hi. Been pissed on yet?
Beg your pardon?
Our daredevil leader here has a dog who urinates on people.
He's been trained to do it.
The thing about Riley is he'll splash anything lower than a squadron leader.
At the weaver's trade, and the only thing I ever did wrong was to woo a fair young maid. I wooed her in the winter time, and in the summer too. Get him off! But the only thing that I ever did wrong was to keep her from the foggy, foggy dew. One night she came to my bedside when I was fast asleep.
I could do the
She
girl like that.
laid her hand upon my head
and she began to weep. She cried, she sighed, she damn near died. She said, what shall I do? So I hauled her into bed and covered up her head, just to keep her from the foggy, foggy dew. Now I'm a bachelor, I live with my son. We work at the weaver's trade. And every single time that I look into his eyes, he reminds me of that fair young maid. He reminds me in the winter time, and of the summer too, and the many, many times I held her in my arms, just to keep her from the foggy...
Poor old Dutton, is it? I didn't even talk to him.
Well, if you don't look, you'll get jumped on.
Hardly his fault. He didn't even take off to be jumped on.
The rest of us got off.
I bagged his book.
Ah, that's one of the few privileges of being CO of this squadron. The book is now mine.
I didn't realize we had a coterie of Leversites.
What?
Let it pass, Moggy. Let it pass. Anything else?
Well, we were vastly outnumbered. The whole thing was a bit hairy. 3 Spitfires damaged. Bloody mess. These chaps need a good rest.
Anything else?
We did an awful lot of regrouping.
Corporal, I need you. Take me to the sick bay.
Yes, sir.
Painful, sir?
Of course it bloody is. What's the score, Doctor?
Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know, about 20 small wounds, which means 20 bits of rubbish to be got out.
Well, then we better get weaving.
That's a nasty sight, Rex. Well, I was thinking of cadging lunch. The only decent officer's mess in miles.
Well, so we could have offered you a feast, but I fear it's only chilled vichyssoise, venison. Oh, and the chef has mastered the art of treacle tart.
I need him on the couch, face down.
What happened?
Well, frankly, they caught us on the hop. Damn wedding. When they finally engaged, they regrouped. They got 1 or 2 of our chaps, including Marriott, the engineering officer. And a new pilot. Brought it rather prematurely. I trust you're going to send us some experienced men, sir.
We're losing aircraft at a rate of knots. The attack on Maastricht lost us 35 shot down, 30-odd damaged. 70 planes out of action in 3 days.
Some of these bits may not want to come out. You're going to need an anesthetic.
Bugger I am! Didn't you hear the Air Commodore? I may have to fly again today.
You're in no condition to fly anywhere.
I'll be the judge of that.
It's going to be painful.
Winkle the bastards out.
You all right?
Of course I'm all right.
Look, Rex, you've done one show today. Let somebody else lead the next one.
It's my squadron.
But you're very weak.
Yes, you're the doctor. I know I'm weak. Why don't you give me some of that magical elixir, eh? Look, you don't want the whole of the sick bay filled up with cripples, do you? I thought the whole point of ministering to the lame and wounded was to get them better so they could get back into their aircraft and fight the enemy. Is that right?
Yes, but in my considered opinion...
Bucker, your opinion! Just pull your finger out.
Well?
Exhaustion, loss of blood, pain.
Will he be fit to fly?
He isn't fit to breathe.
Honestly, I don't know why they want all this stuff.
Have you told your parents?
Oh, well, they know I'm married. When she actually appears on Henley-on-Thames, it may be a different matter. Father thinks French girls are all right, but you're not supposed to marry them.
Marry who?
Oh, nothing, darling. You going to take that plant?
Yes, I am. Marie, ready. Will they take care of the cottage?
Who?
The Germans.
Darling, the Germans are not going to occupy this village.
Of course they will. I feel like a deserter.
Well, you're not a soldier or Joan of Arc.
And what am I supposed to be? Nicolas Vannier-on-Thames?
You just get to Paris and the British Embassy will arrange everything.
Flash, I love you.
Steady on, old girl.
Old girl.
Now, just remember when you get to Paris, you're both married women.
Take care.
off his bloody rocker.
I'd rather have Riley leading the squadron.
If I have to bail out again, I'll shoot the bastard.
What are you talking about?
The Mad Major. To you, that's the CO. I wouldn't worry about it. It's just that Squadron Leader Rex does manage to get us into rather impossible situations, and then we all bail out. It's such good fun.
He's got the DFC.
Oh, that's the problem. He wants another one. Posthumously. If Rex does ask you to follow him, look the other way. Great Western Railway. Aye, sir. It's for you. It's your grandfather.
Go on, chaps, we're on.
Right, let's get at him. Tight, tight, tight. That's particularly true for you, Lloyd. No dawdling. I like a tight formation. When you see me move, follow me like grease lightning.
Yes, sir.
You'll get the idea, old chap.
How's the wound? Absolutely first class. I'm a quick healer. Rex is a survivor's do it. Happy hunting, Moggy.
Christ, don't wait for us.
Tighter than a choir boy's bum. I followed on with the old cockle in it. I dillied and dallied and I dillied. Lost my way, I don't know where to roam. You can't trust a special like your old time copper when you can't find your way home.
An early aperitif, Uncle. Did you see him?
High as a kite. Doped up with something or other.
What's he trying to do?
His duty, or courting glory, dreaming of his destiny. I have a rendezvous with death. Perhaps I'll have a little snifter as well. We seem to be losing the war.
Rendezvous with death. Shrapnel in his bottom.
It's all incredibly romantic, leading a fighter squadron, don't you think?
Romantic? He's not a bloody ballet dancer, you know.
Nijinsky leapt out of his window. I suppose that was a hero's death.
He was bonkers.
Yes, like Rex. Do you think he's doing it for England?
Well, what's wrong with that?
It's too abstract, old man. The hero wants to prove himself. What better proof than dying? Nothing to do with England.
Chaps don't think like that.
Is the bar open?
No.
Oh, I just thought...
You were wrong, Pip. One of the few perks of being adjutant is that I have the key to the bar. It is not open to you. How's the shoulder?
It's on the mend.
Have you tried it?
How do you mean?
Getting your ass into a Spitfire.
It's bloody painful. I mean, I'm going to try. Well, maybe I'll get a cup of tea somewhere.
Why not?
Bandits below. Heikel's at 10 o'clock. We're gonna spike the awful Fritz.
Blue leader to red leader. There's too many of them.
You're a simple-minded Antipodean colonial. Bring me my bow of burning gold. Bring me my outlaws of desire. Let's go!
Fly ahead.
Jesus Christ, he's crazy.
I suppose there's no doubt about Rex?
None.
I could easily organize a search.
It blew up, for Christ's sake, into smithereens.
Oh. And Lloyd?
109 got on his tail, that was that.
Never even used his guns.
Rex was bloody bonkers. Singing and laughing, you saw him. Whatever the doc gave him, I'd like some of it.
Did that contribute to his death?
Yes.
No. Which was it?
Does it matter?
I have to write my report.
Nasty little scrap. Rex was killed. That's your report. I mean, he isn't going to come back, is he?
As usual, Moggy. Concise and perhaps a little cruel. I suppose I'll have to get on the phone and report the sad news.
What's the problem?
We really should have followed him.
You're the guy who said fly ahead.
Yes, you did. Don't get all shouty with us. He killed himself. He was a flying disaster. Yeah?
Now, what do you want me to do?
Well, I just wanted to put you in the picture, sir.
4 pilots disobeyed an order, is that it?
No.
You're not supposed to do that, you know. You're going to question every order.
No, sir.
That way leads to anarchy, you know.
I know that, sir.
No question of cowardice.
No.
You know, there were a few incidents in the Great War when men shot their officers.
We didn't kill him, sir.
Well, he's dead. No question about it. Thing is he going to come wandering back here seeking vengeance or something?
No, sir, definitely not.
Well, that makes you acting CO, Barton. I don't want an inquiry, do you? Of course not. The CO bought it. Well, it happens all the time. We went to raid the Sedan bridgehead yesterday. 71 battles and Blenheims, and do you know how many came back? 31. 40 crews blown to pieces. We've lost the best part of our whole air striking force in an hour and a bit. There isn't going to be an inquiry about that, and I certainly don't want one about Rex either. Forget him. That's my advice. We'll give him a posthumous gong and he'll be forgotten in a month. Didn't somebody say that war's a nasty business? Quite good for promotion, though. How many aircraft have you got?
4, sir.
Jerry's giving us a hammering. The French, as usual, don't help. Try and keep them together.
Will we get some replacements, sir?
No.
We should take the children. Well, we can't. What will happen to them? I don't know. They'll be safe somewhere. We can't. They can't go to England, Nicole. We're very lucky, you know. And my parents? They want you to go to England. You can't help them here. You must start a new life and help Flash and the baby. Of course I know. I just love France, that's all. Blast it.
Attention les enfants! Micro!
We're going to have a bonfire.
Why not? I've got a feeling that the Germans are going to come through here like a dose of salts any minute.
You're a defeatist, Uncle. Did you know Rex paid the kitchen staff?
Now, how else do we get our venison, jugged hare, partridge? You don't get that from RAF rations.
Well, you're getting stew tonight.
I don't care. I don't usually say this, but I fancy a good piss-up. I'd like to get paralytic, drunk as a skunk. Those are his next of kin.
Oh. Haven't we got a standard letter?
I thought a personal letter might. Oh, sod it. Everybody else gets the same letter, so why not? Mrs. Lloyd and Mrs. Dutton, Mrs. Trevelyan and old Miller's mum. Yes, it's the Colonel's lady and Judy O'Grady, and Squadron Leader Rex's mum gets the same tidings of sorrow. So do you want to get pissed?
Will it help, do you think?
Of course it bloody helps. We need a boost. They need a boost. They're looking for you to lead them out of this mess. I've seen the symptoms of breakdown of morale before. You've seen Pip Patterson. He isn't injured. Something wrong with his shoulder. He's terrified of getting into an aeroplane. Blue funk, that's what he's got, and it can spread. They've lost a leader, and they're waiting for a captain's innings to win the match. Otherwise, you're going to spoil the war for everybody.
Messieurs.
Table for 9, please.
Ah, je regrette, monsieur, mais le restaurant est plein ce soir.
That's the one, I think.
Je suis désolé, cette table est réservée pour le général Delacroix.
General who?
Le général Delacroix.
Well, this is General Delacroix. Don't you recognize the medal ribbons? He's the only general in the Royal Air Force.
C'est un grand honneur, mon général.
Enchanté. And this is Field Marshal Skull Skelton, and that's his Batman, Private Stickwell, VD and Scar. And he was a runner-up at Crufts last year.
Mon général.
Merci.
I think we need 4 bottles of champagne and as many bottles of your excellent red wine as you can carry.
Bonsoir, mon général.
Bonsoir.
Nous avons un petit problème, ces messieurs de la RAF. Votre table.
Gentlemen, please be upstanding. I propose a toast. À l'armée de la France.
L'armée de la France.
I toast l'entente cordiale. And the hero of France, General Delacroix.
General Delacroix.
Mon général.
Frère Jacques, frère Jacques, frère Jacques, frère Jacques, sole Jacques, sole Jacques, sole mattina, sole mattina, sole Jacques, sole Jacques, on Espagne, on Espagne, sole mattina, sole
Have
you seen this?
Hitler hasn't got the money to invade this country.
Well, well. This is Rex's checkbook. He'd like this. Picking up the bill for his last supper.
Yes, he would.
As acting CO, would you do the honours?
Poor little angel eyes, her eyes were brown and her tits hung down. Black stockings and an old blue gown, and she dreamed, we're told, of a land of gold. Poor little angel eyes. Then one day her prince came a-riding, and he stopped right by her side. Very soon he was bestriding. She had her legs open wide.
Oh dear, here he comes.
Monsieur, you're not Lord Rex. He wasn't a lord. But you're right, I'm not Rex. And this is also from an English bank. Yes.
Oh, he's sitting on the village green as the boys
Well, let's... you and I have a little talk.
her eyes were brown and her tits hung down.
Rex is dead. Rex est mort. Contre le Boche, compris? Today. What the hell's the French for today?
Today is aujourd'hui.
That's right, aujourd'hui. Well, that's what happened to Rex, aujourd'hui. And it was also aujourd'hui that Lloyd and Dutton were killed, too. And before them, Trevelyan, and before him, Miller. Quadrupilo, more. In fact, very more. Get it?
I see.
Well, do you? Because then there's the problem of tomorrow, and you don't have to tell me tomorrow. Tomorrow is demain, and I don't really care about demain because aujourd'hui was demain for Rex and Dutton and Lloyd only yesterday, if you see what I mean.
My little problem is about this.
Yeah, it is a problem. But I'll tell you what, Henri, isn't it Henri?
Henri.
That's right, Henri. I mean, let's be reasonable. You give the check back to me, and we'll forget all about it.
Or, monsieur?
Or I'll knock your fucking head off. That seem like a fair deal?
Whatever I give back to you, monsieur, I shall remain in your debt.
Thanks, Henri.
After the war.
What a pretty scene on the village green, where the prince was wetty and gory. Now his head princess, she's a bloody mess. Poor little angel eyes, poor little angel eyes.
Sorry, daft dog.
The war has dragged on for 9 months now, and Hornet Squadron are still billeted at Chateau Saint-Pierre. Despite sporadic action, this has become known as the phony war. 2 of our pilots, Fitzgerald and Gordon, were married, but the celebrations were interrupted by a surprise visit from the Luftwaffe. Suddenly, the battle for France has begun. Our losses have been crippling. There has even been open hostility to Squadron Leader Rex, who was regretfully lost in action. The other pilots blame themselves, but there will be no inquiry, and the Australian, Barton, has taken over. The Germans are advancing, and refugees have taken to the roads. Fitzgerald and Gordon's young brides have been packed off to England, but I fear nowhere is safe in this country now. With our lack of Spitfires and spares, it must only be a matter of time until the enemy realizes how weak we really are.
In for me, will you? Sure. Quick as you can, Flight. Refuel and rearm them. You blokes ready? Jerry's streaming through the Ardennes. You're gonna get a lot of trade.
What did you get?
A couple of Junkers and a 109. It's the big push, all right. So get in close, hammer the buggers, and get out quick. But please, don't take chances. Lose these 4 and we're out of business. Any questions?
I'd be too embarrassed to ask.
Tip, you all right?
Never been better. Not 100% yet, you know.
But the doc says you're fit for duty.
Yeah, doc says don't do anything stupid. I think he means squash, not flying.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Don't do anything rash, Haggis. It's all right for you, Pip. CO's never asked me if I'm okay.
What's your problem?
Toothpaste. I haven't cleaned my teeth for ages. That's because I'm broke. Haven't been paid for 3 weeks. How come you've got money?
Because I'm rich.
Well, that explains it. I've got masses of toothpaste. I'm renting it out. Tuppence a squeeze. No money. You lend you some.
50 francs, 33% interest.
Was that good?
Good, it's phenomenal. I mean, I usually charge my friends 10%.
Very high.
But you're a lousy risk, that's why. You're an incompetent fighter pilot with an airplane put together with string and glue. Make it 50%.
I'll tell you what, Sticky, it's a snip.
Don't chuck around too much, sir. The rudder cable's a bit frayed.
Thanks a lot. Okay, I'll take it. 33%.
50.
What you haven't got here? Social facilities.
Well, what do you suggest?
Salvation Army mobile canteen.
More a French Army mobile brothel.
You're talking to a happily married man.
I thought they were the best customers.
Oh, what a war. Can't even get the pox. Wake me up when the war's over, will you?
Bandits below at 2 o'clock. Hankels, let's get into them.
Bandits behind! Bandits behind! On your tail, Pip!
Sorry, I can't hear you, Mary. Where are you? Oh, God, it's a terrible line. But what happened? What? Well, of course you couldn't do anything about it. Yes. Hello? Hello? Now, who's going to tell him? Young Gordon's wife.
Oh, no. Where exactly?
Mary's in Calais. They were starved.
Poor girl.
Well, you were right. Sticky was a lousy risk.
Yeah. Nearly lost the money. What a way to die. With dirty teeth.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
I used to be a pessimist, but it's too depressing. Give me good news.
1109 definite and a probable.
Sticky?
A wizard prang or something like that. The kite blew up and... Well, and Pip, he jumped out.
He bailed out?
He sort of flopped out. Last seen his plane was flying towards Germany. I don't know what happened. His plane didn't seem damaged. The chute seemed okay. It was about 20 miles from here. What's up with Flash?
Flash? I saw your bike. I'm really sorry. Rotten luck. Mm-hmm. Mary's okay? Apparently. Bit shaken. Supposedly, it was an ME-109. Mind you, she's not very good at aircraft. Ordinary people. Children. Just bloody strafed them.
I was after a 109.
This was near Calais.
Funny. You don't think about the people on the ground.
We were nowhere near Calais.
You've seen a map? France isn't big. We flew hundreds of miles that day.
But nowhere near Calais. We were miles away.
Honestly. She didn't want to go, that's the funny thing. She did it for me. We're the ones who should be killed. That's our job.
Yes. Rotten luck.
Don't say a word, chaps, but look what the cat's brought in.
Good God.
Been on the tiles, Haggis?
I think you need a doctor. Where's Sticky?
You saw what happened, didn't you?
Where have you been? Hanging around. I've been hanging around, get it? What do you mean? I was in a tree, talking to the birds.
Did they say anything to you?
You do talk an awful lot of drivel, Moggy.
Yes, but I haven't jumped out of an aeroplane for a long time.
What do you mean?
Now, come on, you two.
No. What are you trying to say, Moggy?
I don't trust our parachutes. The air and the wind buggers up your hair. I'd rather fight a Messerschmitt.
Can't take it, can't do it! He's a bloody maniac! You get it this night, Monkey, but you can't bloody take it, can ya? I'll kill the bastard! Kill! That's all he wants to do! He killed Dickie's son! He killed Rex! He probably killed Riley, Trevelyan, Lloyd! All right, Fanny, let me have that. He's gonna kill everybody! Oh, I get out. Until there's no one left but himself! We're going now. Well, he's not gonna kill me! No, he's not! Come on, Roger.
You okay, Mog?
Oh, terrific. Bugging up my makeup.
And a strange sensation round the eyelashes. Fine. Funny chap. Was it something I said?
Thank you. This is the end of the framboise, sir.
Rex's favourite tipple. Well, this could be the end of Hornet's squadron as well.
So we're not going to get any more Spitfires.
The Air Ministry says no fighters for France. Hitler changed the rules. Nobody really wanted this war, you know. Do you remember when you came to France? Quiet little war, almost gentlemanly.
As I recall it, wasn't it something to do with Poland and decency?
Who the hell said that?
I think it was you, sir.
Did I? Well, there's Poland and decency for you. You chaps are now technically classified as useless mouths, so we're going to send you home.
What's going to happen then, sir?
Spot of leave, I suppose. Going to miss this, though.
I don't care what anyone says. I'm proud of the squadron.
Well, I'll drink to that. They all did their best.
Hear, sir.
Don't feel downhearted. Think of it in this way. Poland, Denmark, Holland, and Belgium are out of the preliminaries. France is losing hands down. So it's England and Germany for the final. Well, that can't be bad. Particularly as we've got the home ground advantage.
With your usual insight, sir, we can hardly lose.
Morning, sir. Pilot Officer Steele Stebbing, sir.
What'd you say?
Steele Stebbing.
Are you Swedish?
Certainly not, sir. Do you know where I can find the CO?
I'm the CO, and don't you ever forget that.
You'll never shoot a bird with that, sir.
Who says? See? The flare's just a decoy. They think they know everything, these seagulls. From my long experience, I would think that that's a Swedish seagull Mark III. What do you think? Are the Swedes on our side?
I really am English, sir.
Yeah, so you say.
Do you know where I can find the other pilots?
No idea.
And the aeroplanes?
Aeroplanes? You Swedish prick! We don't need aeroplanes. I mean, you're a highly trained pilot, aren't you? Well, are you? You know how to fly. We don't need aeroplanes. Here, have you got one of these? Service issue. If there's any enemy aircraft in the area, you just stick this up your arse. And if it's an ME-109, you turn round quickly and give them a volley. Yeah. You'll get the hang of it in a couple of days.
Yes, sir.
Var det som har hand, eh?
Sorry, sir?
Don't you know your own language? I studied Swedish for 3 hours. Don't come the old soldier with me.
Vodka and Hazel Airfield, please.
Danny?
Hello, Chris. Good to see you, you old reprobate.
You too.
Did you have a good leave?
Yeah, it's okay. Ran out of cash. Incidentally, you got enough to pay for this?
Don't believe it. Whatever happened to the family millions?
Well, I made a decision. I mean, why should I subsidize their bloody war? If the government hired me, they can damn well pay the rate for the job.
They lost the squadron's documents, you know.
Yeah. Lost an army as well. Talked to my father the other day. He told me I'd joined the wrong side.
Is he pro-Nazi?
Oh, are you kidding? Thinks they're soft on communism. Mind you, we don't exactly see eye to eye. When I went to Spain, he was delighted because I joined the Republicans. It was a while before he realized that Spanish Republicans weren't his type of Republican. Thinks the British Empire is run by Jewish trade union leaders controlled by Moscow. Gotta win this war, Fanny, just to show my father he was wrong. Hey, congratulations on the stripe.
Thanks. You interested in promotion?
Why, what do you offer?
You want a command A flight?
Twist my arm.
Acting flight lieutenant. And the money's incredible.
Is that all?
You can shout at people.
And?
And well, if you live long enough, you're gone.
Guaranteed?
Even your father would be impressed. Driver, stop here.
Cheers. Did you have a good leave?
I got the crabs.
Some little tart.
Do you mind? There's a debutante old boy. At least I assume it was from her. Or maybe it was from her mother.
You really are disgusting.
Yes, that's what my sister-in-law said. She'll never forgive me.
So come on, Moggy. How'd you get the car back?
Well, some chap from the Royal Armoured Corps helped me. And I did the decent thing when I got back to London. I phoned Rex's father. And you know what he said? He said, why don't you keep it, Wing Commander Catabol? Now, that was a decent thing to do, don't you think?
Am I supposed to believe that, Moggy?
On my honour. He even sent me the logbook.
Good God Almighty.
Hello, chaps. Where have you been?
More to the point, where have you been?
Waiting for the war.
What's that?
You'll like it.
Get it off. We're not in the Navy. It'll be good. I don't give a damn. Shave it off. And if you're going to the local pub, wear uniform. That's an order, Flash. I remember when he was one of the chaps.
I remember when you were a human being. You looked like a rat pushed through a hedge.
What'd your parents say, Flash? Haven't seen them.
Where'd you spend your leave?
Well, I just stayed here. I had a good time. Drank 200 bottles of Guinness and shot plenty of seagulls.
He's bloody mad.
What did you say, Flip?
I said you're bloody mad.
I wonder about that. Mind you, takes all kinds, doesn't it?
What would we do without you? Even Moggy's going to buy you a drink.
Well, I'm sure you blokes will be very happy with us.
I'm happy killing Germans.
Very good. We'll get our new Spitfires tomorrow.
Did you lose all your aircraft in France?
Very nearly, I'm afraid.
Must have been pretty hairy, sir.
I was there. It was cock-up.
Instructing one of our foreign contingent, but he'll want to see you. Anyway, you'll want to settle in first.
I don't mind about that, sir. I just want to get into the air.
Yes, me too, sir.
That's the stuff. Corporal Beale will show you to your hut. Afterwards, we'll have a bit of a wander. Any problems? You know where I am. Have you seen our new intake? Hopeless, both of them.
Really?
Absolutely.
I'm astonished by your capacity for instant judgment. You met them for what, 14 seconds?
That's enough. I know, Skull.
And what about the others?
Well, the squadron's changed.
Yes, indeed. When Rex was CO, the relationship was almost feudal. It didn't work terribly well, which is no great surprise. As you probably know, the feudal system itself was less than totally satisfactory. With Fernie Barton, you have a more popular leader, almost democratic.
But what about the blokes?
Oh, they're behaving exactly as one would expect. The old sweats who've ganged up on the new faces. Of course, they're all deeply suspicious of the foreigners. I mean, we're supposed to fight against foreigners. Very confusing.
They're bloody keen, aren't they?
I'd say obsessional. They're real killers.
Like Moggy.
They want to kill Germans, but Moggy, quite happy to kill anybody.
Well, I'm all for the Moggies of this world, as long as they're on our side.
Not like Steel Stebbing.
He got very good marks in his training, so they say.
I knew his father at college. An insufferable man. I rather think the son is trying to escape from him.
What about his mother?
Do you know, there was something about the mother. She ran off with an Albanian yachtsman. Fascinating, isn't it? Yes, that's why Steel Stebbing joined the RAF. He was trying to escape from his father, the mother, and the Albanian.
Perhaps he just liked aeroplanes.
You always make life so boring, old man. Aeroplanes, indeed.
Yes, well, you're not a pilot, are you, Skull?
Thank God. Any minute you're going to say young Flash Gordon is normal.
We're all bloody mad. Touched by something or other.
You?
I flew through a railway station once.
Really?
We didn't have much of a roof left, of course.
I always think of you as a very sober, reliable chap.
Well, obviously I've settled down a bit now. Anyway, what I'm saying is, young Flash isn't a lunatic.
Have you seen his eyes?
What's wrong with his eyes?
He should be in a hospital.
Nonsense. He's always been odd. I'd rather have him on my side than Steel Stebbing.
Steel Stebbing. I knew a Steel Stebbing. Where was it? Oxford, that's right. He used to wear ladies' clothes.
Well, there's not too many of us. I had a cousin at Oxford, Amanda Steel Stebbing.
Amanda. Funny name for a boxing blue. He didn't have the figure for summer frocks, but then neither do you. You see, the chap I met, your relative, well, he was a bit flat-chested, but he had the most exciting hips. Mind you, he had quite a good left hook. Does this run in your family?
Well, I boxed at school.
Well, that's quite remarkable. I did a bit of that. Shall we spar or dance, Amanda?
For Christ's sake, Moggy, leave him alone.
Ah, the tea-boy speaks. You have to be very careful about McSporran. When he's upset, he throws cups of tea at you.
Why don't you shut your dirty, filthy mouth?
Don't worry about him, Amanda. He read English, Latin and rhetoric at Auchenshuggle University.
Next time it'll be battery acid.
Oh, did you hear what the nasty man said, Amanda? Don't push your luck, Pip.
Leave it out, Moggy. Just settle down. Honest to God, Moggy, I don't know where you get the energy from.
Oh, Norman blood, old boy.
Scramble 1 section, sir. Patrol Hastings, Angels 10.
That's you, Moggy, and your new friend.
Come on, Amanda. We can't go on meeting like this, you know.
Incredible bargain, Flash.
Oh, how much I paid for it?
I don't know. £500,000 in tuppence.
Oh, don't be stupid. It was £10. Pretty good show, eh? You know, Mary will be very pleased to see you. At least to get some decent home cooking.
Hello, Mango Leader. This is Snowball. We have one bandit reported 15, that is 15 miles northwest of Hastings. Angels 8 to 10 and is heading east.
Got your Snowball.
Correction, make it west. Correction, Mango Yellow Leader. It's definitely heading south. What are your angels?
Angels 8.
Mango Yellow, make Angels 6. Your bandit seems to be losing height.
Yellow Leader to Yellow 2. We're getting no joy. Let's have a look at the sea. We'll level out at 100 feet. Don't go in the drink. Did you see him, Yellow 2?
Well, no, not really.
Well, hang on to me. This is Mango Yellow Leader to Snowball. The bandit's down in the drink. We'll have another go. Right, you got him now, Yellow 2.
Well, no.
Keep right behind my arse. Now, it's far to the left. Do you see him?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Don't you bloody know? Did you see him, Yellow 2?
Yes, Yellow Leader.
We've got the bastard! Get the Junkers.
But it's a rescue play.
Get the bastard. A quick squirt. Very good, Yellow 2. Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
But you didn't get the jerrys in the dinghy, did you, Yellow 2?
No, I didn't.
Oh, dear. You pathetic fart.
Old Rex must be turning in his grave. I'm not complaining. The last time I broke bread with you chaps, it was chilled vichyssoise and roast venison, as I remember it.
We still haven't organized the kitchen, sir.
It's almost like a real war. We lost Birdsall in France. He was the chef. Probably cooking for the Luftwaffe by now.
Well, we've got to rough it a bit now. Rex got his gong. The family were very pleased. And I believe they've commissioned a stained glass window for the village church.
That seems years ago now, sir.
Well, it was. There's going to be a colossal scrap. Much bigger than France. By the way, I'm delighted you got one of their Red Cross planes today.
One of the new boys got it.
Well, jolly good. But keep it under your hat. The public doesn't understand.
You're confusing me, sir.
I mean, they're an absolute menace. They monitor our radio transmissions, sneak in and snaffle their own pilots when they have to ditch. Hit the buggers as hard as you can. Don't come back and tell everybody. Red Cross is an emotional expression. Can you imagine the clergy and the do-gooders? They'd have a field day.
They really wouldn't understand.
Of course not.
Far be it from me to question Fighter Command's orders.
But I'm sure you will.
Not at all, sir. But if the Luftwaffe has planes that can pinpoint pilots in the Channel, why not us?
We're not supposed to think of everything, you know.
Ah, sir.
Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, sir.
Blue Leader to Blue 4. Is there anything wrong with your aircraft?
It's behaving perfectly, Blue Leader.
To Blue 4, then why are you flying inverted?
Blue 4 to Blue Leader. I fancied a rest. It gives you a different view of the world.
Rejoin formation. Do you understand that, Blue 4?
Did you realize, Blue Leader, that yoga gurus sit on their heads some of the time? It refreshes the brain.
I don't give a damn what they do. Join formation. Repeat. Join formation.
Crikey! Blue Leader, bandits, 11 o'clock high. As you were, Blue Leader. Bandits, 1 o'clock low.
Blue Leader, they got hind calls as well.
Let's cook up. Blue 2, take the right side. Blue 3 and 4 the left. Go, go, go!
Chodź tu bliżej, frycu.
Wait for me here. I want to talk to you.
What's the problem?
Flash.
Well?
I want him out of my flight. His new thing is flying inverted. How come I get all the loonies, Foreign Legion and greenhorns?
The doctor's going to have a look at Flash.
And what good do you think that'll do?
I can't chop a bloke without good reason. And I can't chop a pilot like Zardanovsky just because you don't like him.
You give him an order and he says he's a cockle.
He's a good pilot. I don't really care about the King's English. And the greenhorn, who's that, Renouf?
He bailed out.
That's not a sin, Flip.
Don't bloody talk to me about sin.
What's the matter with you? All right, you've had a hard time.
That's because of all the bloody loonies, dagos, and blokes who don't know what's going on. I mean, it's all right for you. You get the stripes and I get the scars.
We're all getting scars. As for the stripes, what are you trying to say, Flip? You should be leading the squadron, is that it?
Somebody's got to lead the squadron.
You mean I'm not doing it right?
You said, not me.
Well?
A catalogue of complaints. Have I upset him? Like, everybody's wrong except him and Flash has decided to fly upside down.
He destroyed a Heinkel. Perhaps everybody should do it.
Did he? Good for him. Flip wants promotion. The respect. I don't know.
Well, you know. When people complain about others, it's usually because of their own shortcomings.
He's a good flight commander.
Perhaps he's got what Uncle describes as the twitch.
Oh, come on, he's strong as an ox.
Zoology is not my speciality, but I'm sure even oxen have their breaking point.
What about Flash?
Simple. He's retreating from reality.
You're so clever. I'm going to start reading books.
Yeah, don't get up.
Well, now. With a nasty cough?
It's the cigarette, sir. Hope you don't mind me saying it, sir. It's the smoke.
Why, what's wrong with it?
Oh, nothing. I'm sure it's fine. It's just me, sir.
Perhaps it's not your brand.
I just don't like cigarettes. Awful, dirty habit. I hate it.
Well, why didn't you say?
I thought you'd be upset.
Of course not. It wasn't an order, you know.
Oh, well, in that case.
You are an odd chap, aren't you?
Sorry, sir.
Well, now, I understand you've been flying upside down.
Yes.
Is that a good idea?
Well, I think so, sir. Particularly if you want to be invisible.
Invisible?
You see, the underside of a Spitfire is painted blue. It's camouflage.
Well, I suppose that's because it will merge with the sky. That's to fox the Germans who'll be flying below.
That's the whole point, sir. See, half the time, particularly if it's a Messerschmitt, they attack us from above. If I fly upside down, they might not see me.
You think so?
Well, I haven't actually asked any of them, but I don't know. It's possible. What do you think, sir?
I'm not a pilot.
Well, I think we should try anything. Otherwise, the whole world will sink into the abyss of a dark new age made more sinister by the lights of perverted science.
I don't know about that. Perverted science.
Well, that's what Mr. Churchill says.
Well, I suppose you've seen quite a bit of this war. Has it upset you?
Well, I think it's smashing.
Smashing?
Well, if we stand up to old Hitler, all Europe may be free. The life of the world can go forward into broad, sunlit uplands.
The Prime Minister?
He thinks it's smashing as well.
Ah, but I've had a long chat with Flying Officer Gordon. All right, he is a peculiar chap.
But is he off his rocker?
Probably. But against that, he's very keen on the war and particularly keen about killing the enemy.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
quoting great chunks of Churchill's speeches.
Where'd he get those from?
They're in the newspapers and on the radio.
He's a daily sketch reader.
I can't ground a chap for that. Besides, he's one of your more successful pilots, isn't he?
But is he round the bend?
I can't go on record as saying a pilot who quotes Churchill is ipso facto mentally unstable. Half the country's doing that. On the other hand, in layman's terms, yes, he's probably slightly loopy. You see, if you ask your average fighter pilot about the war, he shuffles his feet and looks embarrassed and says, well, they started it, didn't they? Not absolutely true as it happens, but he certainly doesn't start saying it's the abyss of a new dark age made more sinister by the lights of a perverted science.
Old Flash said that.
And more.
Tablets?
Why, what's your problem?
Not for me, for Flash.
No. Lots of rest, good food. He'll be as right as ninepence.
Really?
No, not really. The big thing is to keep him away from the wireless when the Prime Minister's on.
Scramble A flight, sir.
Ah, you're off. I said I'd be back for tea time.
Thanks for your help. Have I got it right? He's batty, but he can fly.
Any problems? Give me a tinkle.
Hello, sir. Liked our chat. Mustache forward into broad sunlit uplands.
So what we're saying is that everybody got something. 3 Heinkels, a 110 and 2 109s. Everyone destroyed?
I actually followed my Heinkel down to the sea. Bits falling off.
And it hit the water?
I didn't hang around. I had a 109 on my arse at the time.
Then it's damaged, not destroyed. We're making some very extravagant claims.
Oh, bugger off.
The newspapers are reporting it like cricket scores.
Oh, maybe we can declare.
It was a hell of a scrap.
Pity about Flip.
Well, that was a definite. You don't get any more definite than that.
Bad show. It was a cook-up.
You can certainly say that.
Why are you laughing?
Why don't you join the BBC?
Well, if you want my opinion, the whole idea is absurd.
With respect, Uncle, you've read your telegraph. May I? 63 Huns knocked down, and we lost a dozen.
First-class score.
But to my certain knowledge, we lost 16. And I think you can halve the total Germans.
Are you suggesting the telegraph is lying?
Good God, no. But I think our pilots romanticize.
You mean they're liars?
You're being very touchy. I'm merely suggesting that our pilots exaggerate by about 100%.
Do you realize what you're saying? Our chaps are going up there...
You said it yourself, Uncle.
Everything happens so quickly in the air. A puff of smoke, a lick of flame does not necessarily mean a definite kill. They're in a state of high anxiety, a peak of excitement. They've only got 14 seconds of killing time. It may concentrate the mind, but it does nothing for recalling the incident in tranquility.
For someone who's been in an aeroplane twice, how the hell would you know?
I listened to you, Uncle. I'm not accusing our pilots of deliberately falsifying their results.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Yes, I suppose I am. That's why these cine guns are important.
Mumbo jumbo. Clever little gadget, sir. Our pilots have got enough instruments to control without that kind of nonsense.
Oh, it's simple enough, sir. It only works when the guns are fired, sir.
Thank you, Corporal. You're not impressed?
I take pilots' word of honor. It's as simple as that. It's a matter of principle. Our chaps are going up there 5, 6, 7 times a day, and then you don't trust them.
I don't really like this dugout. Why can't they decorate the place?
If you've seen one sandbag, you've seen them all. What do you think, Amanda? Do you think they'd paint the place?
I'd rather have wallpaper.
Oh, dear that, chaps. Amanda's going to be an interior decorator when she grows up.
Now look what you've done.
I don't know about you chaps, but this is time for my mid-morning coffee.
It is almost a year since war was declared, and Hornet is a very different squadron since we were pushed out of France. With the loss of almost all our Spitfires, and, sadly, some of the best pilots, we have regrouped on the south coast, less than 15 minutes flying from the Germans. When I look at our weary pilots, the new replacements seem like boys. But our Czech and Polish volunteers have brought some experience, and they are very keen on the war. Pilot Officer Gordon is still in shock from losing his wife. Normally he'd be grounded, but these days we need every pilot, however mad they may seem. Still our losses are mounting, and his flight commander, Flip Moran, was lost in flames. Our intelligence officer has challenged the pilot's combat reports. I suppose that the new gun cameras will prove his point one way or the other. The Luftwaffe are putting more fighters and bombers up every day to hit London, and we are engaged in combat almost constantly. We're taking a hammering, and frankly, I don't know how long we can carry on.
Morning, Padre. Are they keeping you busy?
I'm afraid so. I've got 3 at Kingsmere. It's getting a bit like a conveyor belt.
The pilots are on standby, so there's no funeral party. I'm afraid you'll have to keep him here for a while. No transport, as you can imagine. Well, let's get cracking.
You must be...
I'm Mr. Burnett, Morris's uncle.
Morris?
Flight Lieutenant Moran.
Oh, yes, of course, Morris. Half the time I forget my own name. Yes, yes, Morris, of course.
He was such a lovely boy, Morris.
I'd like you to know what a splendid contribution he made to the squadron.
I'm sure he did.
Brave and popular. There's a bit of a flap, and I'm sure Morris would understand that the fight goes on. That's probably the flight that your nephew commanded.
Life goes on. I hope they'll be killing lots of Germans.
As you say, Mr. Burnett, life goes on.
Morris would always spend a couple of days with us in London when he was on leave, before he went on to visit his mother. Can we just see a last glimpse of him before the service?
Yes, it'd be a great comfort to his mother.
I'm afraid it's too late for that now. I am sorry.
Just a couple of minutes.
Well, you see, it's just been sealed.
They've screwed the lid on?
Yes, they have.
There'd be no disrespect if we went...
No, I'm afraid it's not on.
Is it something to do with regulations?
Well, it's not that, but... Could I have a word with you? The thing is, Mr. Burnett, we can open the coffin, but I'm afraid your wife will be very upset.
What's wrong with him, then?
There's nothing there. Flight Lieutenant Moran was shot down in flames.
I thought it'd be a bullet or something.
Well, it wasn't. He was burnt to death.
I'd still like to see...
Don't you understand what I'm saying? There's nothing. Ashes, a few cinders, there's nothing that you would recognize. I don't think his mother would want to know about that.
Well, thank you, sir. I think you're right. His mother wouldn't want to hear. I think it should be shut away. Just as well you told me. I suppose you're accustomed to this kind of thing, sir?
No, not really.
We're just civilians. We don't understand these things. Oh, let's get on with the job, eh?
Thank you.
Ankles and 109s. On your toes, chaps. Going in now. Bloody engine's died. I'll have to write a letter to Rolls-Royce. Keep my lunch in the oven, Amanda, and send a car to pick me up.
You got my laundry?
That can wait. Enter. You're for it.
What have I done?
Oh, Moggy. Didn't you know the town of Sashton was ahead of you?
Know it well.
Not Winchester Avenue, I hope.
What happens there?
There's where your aircraft landed.
Really? I was hoping for an orphanage or an old people's home.
Almost, Moggy. 2 houses, killing 4 people, including an infant. A disaster.
For whom? I'm still here. I jumped out at about 1,000 feet. Lower than that and I'd be in trouble.
It didn't occur to you to sit tight and try to miss the houses?
No.
Oh.
I think you're trying to say something. Anyone with an ounce of gallantry would have stayed at the controls and tried to miss the innocent civilians. Is that what you're saying?
Something like that. Obviously, I'm not a pilot.
No, you're not. And I haven't got an ounce of gallantry. And I don't intend to get myself killed to save 3.5 oiks. It's their war as well, you know. They're always saying this is a people's war. Well, now they know what it's like.
That's a rather callous attitude.
Is it? Why give civilians a special status?
Because they're non-combatants. They used to say women and children first.
Did they? But they can't fly Spitfires, can they? Incidentally, did you get my Hankel and a 109?
Well done. Still, Stebbing told me and they're confirmed. You know about Fitzgerald?
Yeah.
Air Commodore Bletchley is waiting to see you.
I told you the fellow's suffering from shock. Semi-paralyzed. I trust you were wounded?
Not me, sir.
Yes, you were, Moggy. The Air Commodore knows more about bailing out than you do.
That's right, Cattermole. You were wounded. Your controls were shot up and you were semi-paralyzed. RAF pilots do not bail out in built-up areas, and if they do, they don't talk about it in pubs or in letters home. We're going to have calls from councillors, the clergy, ratepayers, and probably the News Chronicle. Just tell your chaps to forget it ever happened.
Yes, sir.
That includes you, Cattermole. Shock does funny things to a man. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd forgotten all about it by tomorrow.
All about what, sir?
That's the idea. The exercise is biffing the Boche, not clouting civilians. Incidentally, did you hear yesterday's score? Jerry lost 49 to our 16. That's the kind of news I want to hear.
I suppose this couldn't have come at a worse time for you.
He's only missing.
Well, that's true, but I'm afraid that all the indications are that he's gone for good, Mary. Well, I don't mean for good. It's an awful...
How can you say that? You haven't even found him.
Well, that's true.
There's hope, isn't there? I mean, he always turns up. You know what Fitz is like. What about the time when he pranged his kite? Well, was it somewhere near Canterbury?
Miracles sometimes happen.
Of course they do. And when he bailed out a couple of weeks ago. I'm so silly. I was going to make you some tea, but I haven't got any. Fitz was going to scrounge some from the cookhouse. Sure, I've got some Ovaltine.
No, really. Mary,
I really don't want any Ovaltine.
And apart from anything else, he's so careful these days. Not at all like the old Fitz. It's because of parenthood, I suppose. When I first met him, he was so merry and bright. Just being a fighter pilot was like being in the first 15. But now he's much more responsible.
Yes, I know, Mary.
I suppose I should be crying. But I can't. I mean, he'll turn up. He always has.
Well, perhaps.
As long as he's missing, he could turn up at any moment. I bet you he does.
Mary, I think you have to accept.
I bet you. I know my Fitz.
Brooke, get the lights.
Right, quieten down, please.
You're going to play in the organ as well, Scal?
Gentlemen, gentlemen. You may be amused when you see this little film. And by the end, you may be rolling in the aisles. I'm not going to identify each of you, but no doubt you'll recognize your own combat reports. These clips of film are quite short, and I trust they will be illuminating. Lights, please, Flash. Can we roll them, Benson?
Yes, sir.
This particular pilot reported that he closed to a range of 200 yards and fired a 2-second burst which hit a Heinkel in the starboard wing. Could we hold it there, Benson? Knowing the Heinkel's wingspan, we can calculate the exact range. The range was 480 yards. None of the shots hit the bomber.
But you can see the smoke coming out the back of the engine.
A blow-up of the film establishes beyond doubt that the Spitfire fired well below the target. The damage was from another Spitfire which made a simultaneous attack from high on the port beam.
That'd be me.
You can just see the aircraft in the corner of the picture. Thank you. The next film was taken by that particular Spitfire. And the report says, my second attack was from high on the port beam. I put in a 2-second burst at about 150 yards and saw smoke pour out of the starboard engine. Could we run it, please?
A good shot. Don't you, Mike? That's probably me as well, yes.
The report was correct, as you saw. And this next film shows a rather confused piece of action that took place during a large dogfight. The pilot reported that he fired at 3 Me-109s in quick succession, missing the first 2 and destroying the third. Quite. We'll have to run that again. In fact, the first alleged 109 is a Spitfire. And the second alleged 109 is also a Spitfire. I think you have the idea there, gentlemen.
Do I turn the lights on, sir?
Please.
Well, plenty of violence, but no sex. Any chance of a Mickey Mouse next?
We don't need any more laughs, Smoggy.
Yellow section scramble. Function area, Angels 1-3. 15 minutes standby, sir.
Thank you. All right. We'll discuss this later on. That's all.
Thank you, Benson.
Uncle, Chris, wait, please. Skull. Are you as depressed as me? Are we that bad?
Well, I have said that our claims are wildly exaggerated.
We're no worse than any other squadron.
Did you see that film? I reckon we've got about 3 good pilots, 2 or 3 not bad, and the rest, they couldn't hit the floor if they fell out of bed.
Mog. Zadie.
If anybody's interested, we just lost the best shot in the squadron.
Hey! I'm talking to you new boys. Couple of hints for you, okay? The important thing is you got to keep looking behind you. You watch your tail.
Otherwise, Tiddlywinks, the nasty big bogey man will shove a cannon shell up your bum.
Go play in the sandpit, Flash. And you always watch the sun. 9 times out of 10, Jerry's up there, so you never climb away from the sun.
And never dive into 400 Messerschmitts, particularly if you're out of ammo.
Just ignore him, he's nuts.
Not true. I'm the only sane man in the squadron. The MO tested me, didn't test anybody else.
Shut up, Flash.
As a veteran of combat, can I tell you something? Getting up and down's okay. It's the bit in between that's tricky.
Go see your doctor again, Flash.
Shan't.
Somebody turn off the gramophone. That's my favorite song.
Chris, I want to talk to you.
You're trying too hard, Chris. Every time you talk to the new boys, it becomes a lecture.
They gotta learn.
They haven't got time. And you're intimidating them.
I'm responsible for half of them.
And I'm responsible for the whole bloody squadron. You're getting twitchy.
Me? Did you see
All
that?
right. Take a day off.
How you gonna run your war without me?
We'll get by.
Talk about twitchy.
Not me, mate.
So everybody's wrong except you, huh?
No, not everybody. It's just you. Seem to think you can solve everything by planning and holding briefings and bloody lectures. Work it all out scientifically so that nothing's left to chance. Typical Yank attitude. You'd like to organize this war, wouldn't you? Do it by the book. Well, the problem is, mate, the enemy doesn't read the same book. In the immortal words of our late Polish colleague, he's cock-up. Every war's a cock-up, and I don't need you to keep telling me that. Take a day off.
Who's gonna lead A flight?
Flash.
He's nuts.
Does that matter? I like Flash. He doesn't think too much. He just gets into them. And he never complains. His brains are in his guts. You're grounded for 24 hours. That's all.
You're the boss.
Flash?
Me?
Is there anybody else called Flash?
How's it coming, Buana?
Afternoon, Morgan. Not a spy. Oh, dear.
She's been there since 8:30.
Poor girl.
What about the poor chaps? If she goes on like this, they'll get upset.
She probably didn't think about that.
She doesn't even move. Why can't people bury their dead and get on with life?
Slip of a girl.
What? She was a widow when she married Fitz.
You're not suggesting she's a professional widow.
At least she's got some experience, hasn't she? I mean, if ladies marry fighter pilots, they know the chances, surely.
This is Popcorn Red Leader. Our angels are 10. That's just to confuse the enemy. Doesn't
doesn't matter. They've seen us and we've seen them. Straight ahead, and there's dozens of the bastards. It's a head-on attack. Does everyone read me?
Red 2 to Red Leader, head-on attack.
It's what I call a suicide run. My God, but they scatter.
Okay, when I say bingo, everybody bloody well fires, all right?
My God, I got a double top.
You'll receive popcorn, Red Leader. This is TK. What is your position?
What do you think? My position's bloody uncomfortable. Bloody hell. Miss me, you bastard! I say, Tea-Cake, this is Popcorn Red Leader. I'm not feeling very well. Can't return to base. Oh, it's all right. I can see the 820. Maybe I can get some petrol there.
This is Tea-Cake. Insist return to base.
Oh, balls to that, Tea-Cake.
Repeat, Popcorn Red Leader. You must return to base.
Bullshit. Any idea how much these kites cost? It's taxpayers' money, you know. Here I come, Tea-Cake. Ready or not?
Bloody hell do you think you've been playing at?
So, Tea-Cake, pleased to meet you.
Are you drunk? What's wrong with you?
Just a sec. I knew something was wrong with me.
It's on the house.
Thank you.
Howdy. Hey, you okay? Having fun?
Hey, Yankee. Drink.
That's a big glass you got there. That's...
Forzadi. Good man.
Good man. I'll second that.
Sorry. I cry like baby.
I wish to Christ I could do that.
Half a bitter, please. I'm Spencer. I'm new.
Well, I'll have a pint of bitter and a tincture of Scottish wine as well.
Oh?
It's traditional.
Really?
You know, you remind me of an old friend. Well, he wasn't really a friend. Pip, don't you think he looks like Dickie Starr or Flying Officer Stickwell?
I see what you mean. There's a certain resemblance.
Oh, dead ringer for both of them. Well, I don't know about ringer, but they're certainly dead. Mind you can't keep up with the names these days. We're very proud of our casualty list. Probably the best record in fighter command. Done a lot of combat, Spencer?
Not really. None.
None? Did you know Fitzgerald?
No.
Pity. Too late now. Or the flying pole. Flip Moran? Mother Cox? Old Miller? Well, that other chap. Or McFarlane? Renouf?
You're having me on.
In fact, the chap you're replacing owes me a fiver. What are you going to do about that?
Don't believe a word of it, Spencer. Can you just turn that radio off for a second? Right. Everybody awake? I've got some good news for you.
The whole thing's a mistake.
Please, Moggy. The Prime Minister, Mr. Winston Churchill himself, just made a speech about you. Yes, you chaps. In the House of Commons, he said, undaunted by odds, unwearied in their constant challenge...
He doesn't talk like that. No, he's much more, Let me see that.
Yeah, undaunted by odds, unwearied in their constant challenge, and more
Don't
to
be so
say...
bloody stupid. You're a bloody maniac. Don't you want to hear this? Apparently you're heroes. Well, the Prime Minister believes that you're turning the tide of world war by their... that's your prowess and devotion. And in conclusion, he said, never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. That's what he said.
What does he mean? Owed by so many?
He probably heard about the mess bill.
I don't know about you chaps, but that was a very touching and inspiring tribute.
Does that mean we can go home now?
Come on, don't take all bloody day. Sorry.
Don't upset him. Pip throws tea.
That was years ago.
You're pretty good at flying under bridges, apparently.
Who told you that?
One of the fitters.
A lot of hooey. I've got more sense than do that. He's your bridge ace.
In that case, you owe me 1,000 francs.
That was donkeys years ago. We don't have to do stupid things like that anymore, do we? Why not?
Silly man.
Looks like a bomb's hit it.
Last night, sir, didn't you hear it?
No, I didn't hear a thing. Must have been the whiskey. Anybody killed?
Don't think so, sir. They got a Spitfire. The CO's in with Flying Officer Skelton, end of the corridor, sir.
Oh, thanks.
What sort of whiskey was it, sir?
Christ knows. But I'm gonna take some more tonight.
Good day.
Morning.
Well, you think Rex would approve?
About 10 minutes, it'd be full of Sheridan furniture and Persian rugs. And at least 3 sporting prints.
All that seems like 10 years ago. I can't even remember the taste of champagne.
Forget it. Just want to sleep for a week.
Morning.
Morning.
The new replacement pilots will be arriving in about 20 minutes. New bloody names. And we've only got 5 Spitfires left. Ashton. Ashton. I can't even fix a name to a face.
From Blackpool, wasn't he?
Well, he won't see Blackpool again.
Christ, no. Not Flash.
I'm afraid so. A bit of spit on a blackboard and that's the end of it.
When did he die?
A couple of hours ago.
The medics told me what it was, but I wasn't really listening. Post-operational shock, I think they said. 3 or 4 bullets. One of them went right through his shoulder and came out of his bum. He would have liked that. He knew an awful lot about anatomy. It was a card, wasn't it, young Flash? I really thought he'd get away with it. They say God takes care of drunks and loonies.
Well, he's been working overtime these days.
That's for sure. I was starting to think old Flash was bulletproof, too.
I don't know. I hope to Christ this war is going to be worth it. You'll want to see the new pilots when they come. I'll be in my office.
All right, thank you.
Carry on then, Nicholson.
They're late.
Probably read old Winnie's speeches in the newspapers.
Well, we're certainly ahead on points.
How the hell do you know, Amanda?
Well, it's quite obvious. It's in the papers.
I haven't seen my copy of Hotspur this week, but my bookmaker's still quoting 5-4 on for an invasion.
Well, where would they land? Eastbourne?
Steady on, Amanda. I have several maiden aunts living in Eastbourne.
I heard they go for Rye. Good golf course.
What's wrong with Hastings? William the Conqueror knew what he was doing. Well, it's obvious. Right, boom. They land at Hastings. Shoot straight up the A21, and by nightfall they've got Tunbridge Wells. Fan out left, and they've got East Grinstead. A quick march, and they've got Lingfield, Caterham.
We've got an army, you know.
Who says?
Oh, dear, Moggy. You may be right. We lost half the army in France. How many tanks have we got? 100? 200? And they've got thousands of them.
This is exciting, isn't it? Where are we? All right. Yeah, the Panzer Corps makes a quick dash at, well, Camberwell and Bermondsey, and everybody's off to Hampshire for the weekend. So Jerry's nicely tucked up in the Savoy by midnight. And then next day, they're swanning around Sloane Square and grabbing the tarts in Shepherd's Market.
Harrods wouldn't serve them. Sobering thought, Moggy. You may be right.
The Huns win?
Well, why not? They're on a winning streak. Well, they've already walked into Denmark, Norway, Holland, Belgium, France.
Poland and Czechoslovakia.
Well, there you go.
The Krauts ruling England?
Yes. What would they do?
Well, for a start, they'd put you in one with Scrubs.
I'd certainly get my vote on that.
Amanda.
Have you ever voted? Isn't that amazing? None of you have ever voted. You're the last bastion of democracy, and you chaps have never voted.
And if Hitler wins, you never will.
Well, politicians are all the same.
Not true.
Oh, what's the different in Czechoslovakia now than it was before?
Everything, you fool. Newspapers.
I only read the Sporting Life.
They control the radio.
Can't be worse than the BBC.
Wipe out the trade unions.
Bloody good luck.
They arrest the Jews.
Should I cry?
They ban the liberals.
Shocking lot.
Socialists, communists.
That shower, bloody Reds. They're as squalid as the Nazis.
I am good communist. I fight for my country. You say communists are same as Nazis. I kill you.
Paddy, old chap, calm down. He didn't mean it.
He bloody well did.
He was just being provocative.
Then he succeeded.
Paddy, calm down. Come on, take a walk. I mean, we're all friends.
Not me!
Fine.
Great. You can't trust them. Bloody foreigners. They ought to be put down at birth. Oh, why can't they have their own war? Bit of a laugh, though, eh?
She's back. The Black Widow. Bloody creepy.
Oh, Christ.
wonderful to see you.
What the bloody hell are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. Say hello to the baby.
I don't want to talk to your bloody baby. What are you trying to do? Do you think Fitz is coming back?
He's only missing, you know.
Don't be so bloody stupid. He's dead. Got it? Kaput. Finito. He ain't coming back.
I'm going to wait. I know you're worried about
We
me,
just want you to go. You're a jinx. You're a menace. Just go.
but they also serve who only stand and wait.
Stand somewhere else, you stupid bitch! Now get in the car!
Don't harm my baby!
Just go away, Mary! Knit socks or mittens on. Join the Women's Institute. And don't come back, Mary! You're spoiling everybody's war!
This is it. Everything we've got. There's going to be 20 squadrons in the air.
I don't believe it. Just for once, we're going to outnumber them.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Skull?
Harry? Pip? And where's Moggy?
He's got to see the Black Widow.
Right. Spencer, let's go!
Have you got a license, old boy? This happens to be my kite.
But the CEO told me to take
Sorry,
this
old
thing.
chap. I'll need these as well. Now, you can keep the rest.
Stand at Angel 6.
Happy to oblige, Trombone. Okay, Bearskin aircraft, here they come. Fast. Let's chivvy the stragglers. Pick your target. Let's go in. Now!
Watch the birdies, you bastard.
I can't see! Well, get out and walk. Dump the kite.
I can see. Are you out of water?
I hate the water. Just jump.
Hey, Moggy. I can see again.
Was it a miracle?
It was the bloody goggles.
Bloody peasant.
I hate to be blind.
Well, I hope you make it.
That's Moggy. You got him. Flashy son. I'll be back.
You all right, sir?
All right. I'm okay. You? Tired?
Refuel and rearm right away.
Yes, sir.
Anything for me?
Bags of stuff. We probably got 6 kills. Hattie and Chris Hart bought it.
And Moggy.
Christ.
If anybody really wants to know, Group says it's our best day ever.
Hell of a scrap, apparently, and I missed it.
There's always tomorrow. Or even today, old chap. And you're lucky.
Hope so. Pretty hairy, eh, sir?
Piece of cake.
On this day, the 7th of September 1940, the Luftwaffe had launched its biggest ever raid against Britain with nearly 1,000 German aircraft attacking London. The pilots of the Luftwaffe had been told that the Royal Air Force were at breaking point. But Fighter Command did not break, and this day was the turning point of the Battle of Britain.